New games, new month, new season. League Night Diplomacy is back. It's a record setting day in the Virtual Diplomacy League with more unique players participating than at any point in its history. New seasons bring new chances, and optimism is high among our players. Storylines of the 2023 season begin tonight. Let's get to it. It's time for League Night.
Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Well, it is the first broadcast of League Night in the 2023-24 season. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the March 2023 edition of League Night. I'm Brian. I am a co-founder of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I am honored to be your host for this broadcast. Tonight, we've got a veteran team of analysts joining me on the broadcast. So please welcome David Hood, Michalis Kamaridis, and Adam Silverman. Thank you all for being here. So I'd also like to thank each of you for watching. This is a global event, so regardless of where you are in the world and what time zone you're watching in, we appreciate you watching. And I'd like to give a special shout out to those watching live and participating in Dip Chat. You can join Dip Chat by going to our YouTube or Twitch channels during the stream, talk some smack, help our analysts fill in some gaps, join in some friendly and supportive conversations about competitive diplomacy. Tonight, we are featuring 6 games from the Virtual Diplomacy League. We had intended at one point of doing a feature league, but with this many games, we're trying to keep things short. So we'll be limiting our coverage a little bit, and we'll be covering those feature games next month. David and Michalis, you both had the opportunity to cover the 2022-23 DBN Invitational. I know personally I felt like I saw some of the best games of diplomacy I have ever seen played. Several of the players who competed in that event and did well were active Diplomacy League players. Are there any skills you feel that players can learn from playing leagues that can help prepare players for success in the DBNI?
I think there is. Actually, there are many skills that one could use, but I think adaptability is the one I'd like to talk about, because if you were watching the DBNI closely, not just the final game, which of course was amazing, but the semifinal games, there were very different games being played there. There was not just one style of play. There was not just one type of player to interact with. And good diplomacy players know that they don't have just one tool in their toolbox. They've got to know when to adapt, when to pull different things out. And that is very much true in league play. We sometimes make the mistake of thinking that you play a league a certain way, like, for example, slow playing in the beginning of the season and all that. That is not the only way to play leagues. And we noticed in the past 2 seasons of VDL that different types of styles were being used, different meta were in play with respect to Austria and Italy and Turkey and three-way board tops, and all that stuff changed over time.
Ooh, looks like David froze up a little bit. Michalis,
which I just want to emphasize.
All right, David, we lost you there for a minute.
Yeah, sorry, I had some kind of internet connection problem. I was just going to say the meta doesn't stay the same, and so neither
Yeah, I think building on that as well, something that League Night lets you do is to try things you don't necessarily do in every game. Like a top board situation like the DBNI is a game where you have to do things that aren't necessarily in your comfort zone. There's so much balance of power involved that you're gonna be doing maybe not the strategy that you're used to. And if you've got past experience of doing something a little bit different, which is what a league can really give you, you've got the opportunity here to learn how to play maybe a country completely differently to how you normally do it. And then maybe 6-7 months later, when you have to call back on that on a top board, you can go look back and go, all right, I remember doing this. This is a similar situation. This is how I made that work. Or that doesn't work. I'll try and do something different.
Yeah, and it truly is a global meta. We see players from Extended Deadline, from different languages, all coming together. That's one of the best features of the Virtual Diplomacy League. It really challenges you to play differently. Adam, do you feel like there's any lessons that a new or maybe intermediate player might be able to learn from games, especially in a league format, that they could apply to a new season of play?
Well, I think the main thing for newer players jumping into diplomacy games is to go in with a positive attitude, with the goal, number one goal, have a good time, enjoy yourself. That's why you're doing this, right? And if you're going to go in super intense, super bummed when things don't go your way, you're not going to have a fun. You're not going to enjoy yourself. Just go in and have a good time and don't worry too much about the outcome. When you're thinking about dealing with more experienced players just want to see that you're somebody who can be reliable. Number one, when they're feeling you out in the first turn or two of the game, they're saying to themselves, is this person reliable? Beyond that, let the game develop. But if you can show yourself in the early game that at a minimum you're going to be somebody who's reliable, you're going to keep to it, you're going to be a reasonable ally, you can work with anybody on the board, whether they're a world champion or whether they're another new player.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you're looking for some other opportunities to get those reps, we got a lot of events coming up, beginning first in league play. Month of March, we've got the Virtual Diplomacy League going on right now as we speak. Nexus Press League has their next event on March 13th. Nexus Press League plays games. New waves start every 2 weeks. That's an extended deadline league, so it's a great place to get kind of a different format and style of play. I highly encourage players. I feel like some of the very best players in the world play all formats, and getting in some press games, this is a great way to do that. We've got the French Language Virtual Championship, March 18th to 20th. That's a tournament. The Tour of Britain kicks off on March 18th. Next wave of Nexus Press League on March 27th. And then again, April 10th. April 15th is the first North American Diplomacy Federation tournament, Whipping Open. Adam, I'll let you speak to that one a little bit.
Well, I won't speak too long, but the whipping has been running. I think this is our 20th year, or at least it's year 20. I'm not sure. We may have missed a few years in there, but it's in San Jose, California, beautiful Bay Area, great place to visit, and it's just been a fun time for anyone who comes. I hope we'll see many of the faces who are playing in virtual or in face to face and whatnot. I hope we'll see many of them there. It's a great tournament. So.
All right. Next up for Virtual Diplomacy League will be April 29th. May 5th, we've got our first European tournament, face-to-face tournament, San Marino Open, May 5th to 6th. And then we've got another big North American event. Actually, this is one of our major events for the season. David, you want to talk to us about DixieCon?
Yeah, the last weekend of May, a Memorial Day weekend in the States, is DixieCon 37, which this year is also the host of DipCon 52, the 52nd North American Diplomacy Championship. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I was just telling somebody yesterday, I had somebody register this week who has not played at DixieCon since 1996. This is going to bring people out of the woodwork. Not just new players. I also had people register who are new to tournament diplomacy. So it's going to be a great mixture of players. Looking forward for people to get down to Chapel Hill, North Carolina last weekend of May.
Awesome. Well, see a couple shout outs in chat. I do want to say hey to everybody participating, encourage everybody else to join in. And I will say DixieCon is one that I have yet to make. That is on my bucket list. But every person that I've ever talked to has said, yeah, this is a great, great event to go to. Good people, good games, not just for the diplomacy, but just the general environment and atmosphere. So if you're looking for a good introduction to face-to-face diplomacy, whipping, and which I have been to a couple times, one of my favorite events, and Dixie are fantastic. With that, let's go ahead and get some predictions before we start our coverage. It's always fun to see whether we look like geniuses or idiots at the end of the season. It's always fun to look back. Michalis, I'm going to start with you. Any predictions about what we might see in this season?
I think we may have seen the start of it during the DBNI, in that there were a lot of strong France games, and the rest of the games, EG started to come back into fashion to deal with that. And I think this is hopefully something that's going to be happening through the season. Now we've had a little bit of French dominance recently, and it would be quite nice. And there were definitely signs of Germany doing well again. So I think, yeah, EGs are going to be something that comes back into fashion this season. That's my big prediction.
All right, Adam.
I think we're going to see some of the mid-tier players from last season's VDL jumping up to that top tier and kicking some butt and getting some board tops and getting ultimately to our top 7 on the VDL league. I think we're going to see at least 2 to 3 new faces on that top board at the end of the year.
And David.
I think we're going to see some moves that we maybe haven't seen much. You've got people playing in this league who have not played before. And, so we may end up with some moves that we're not used to seeing. But I like to tell people, somebody did that the first time every time. The Armenian fist bump was tried by somebody recently for the first time. The certain other RT arrangements, AI arrangements, EG arrangements, they were all invented by somebody. There's nothing wrong with trying out new things with new people and seeing if they work.
Absolutely. My prediction is we're going to see some new players find some success. It happens every season, so it's a pretty safe bet. But every year, there have been some breakout performances by players that have gone on to great success later in the season. So I do think we're going to have that. And I'm really hoping to see, we've got the most players by most unique players in any VDL event ever. And a good portion of those are newer players. We don't have a lot of the familiar names that we covered last season playing, and I think that some of them are going to find success, and I'm really hoping that we'll see some of our more veteran players take a risk and try to ally with some of these newer players. Sometimes you can be surprised with how things work out, and I think it's good for you as a player, and it's good for the community as a whole. So that's something I'm really looking forward to. One of the beauties of league diplomacy is it's a little less stress, at least early in the season particularly, than your tournament. You've got more games to play. People are more willing to take risks and experiment and just have fun. So most of all, I'm really hoping that people just enjoy this beautiful game, and thank everybody for playing so we get the opportunity to cover those games.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing which of them will beat me on the next year's top board.
Yes.
So are we.
We're all looking forward to
that. Same story every year.
All right, well, let's transition us over into our first game of the night. So tonight, we are taking a look at some of the top 10 players by last year's DBNI ranking. It's going to be a while before we release updated standings for the DBNI. We're still kind of playing around with exactly when we're going to release these, but usually they become meaningful somewhere around the halfway point of the season. So I'd expect that we'll have something around that point. But until then, it's always fun to kind of look back at the previous season. So tonight we've got Peter McNamara, who had a really, really good shot at winning this year's DBN Invitational. Tim Crosby, who was one of the dominant players in the VDL last season. Jason Massbaum, winner of the 2021-22 DBNI. Karthik Koneth, Matt Krill, Johnny Gillum, Jason Bennett, Ben Kelman, Matt Tatanchi, and Roni Mordvanov. Good familiar list of names there. Lots of skill on the board to challenge some of our newer players. And with that, here is our first game VDL 124. This was our round one game. In Austria, we've got Roni Mordvanov, England, Peter McNamara, France, we've got Yelty Kuiper, Germany, Evan Balearis, Italy, Cody Green, Russia, Steve Hogue, and Turkey, Andre Janico. Good international mix there. And we're going to let's see who we've got on this one. We're going to let Nicholas take a break here. And we're going to add David and Adam as our analysts. Adam, I'm going to have you on play-by-play. What can you tell us about the players on this board?
How cool is this? We've got 5 countries represented here. That is amazing. And we've got, for 3 American players from all over the United States, and then European players, Australian players, Israeli players. This is so cool. I'm just super excited to watch this. Peter McNamara is obviously the name to watch on this board, #1 VDL player from last season.
Yeah, we'll find out how hungry Peter is after last month's events. Let's get to 1901.
Okay, I think the obvious things we see here is the bold French opening to both the English Channel and Burgundy. Both of those moves work. Elsewhere on the board, we see a bounce in the Black Sea and an empty Galicia, with Russia moving north to St. Petersburg. This looks a lot like a coordinated move against the favored of the board, Peter McNamara. How will he respond? Let's stay tuned and see.
Yeah, I was just going to emphasize that the Austrian move to actually go to Trieste is awfully unusual. Even when you have a Galicia DMZ, you often do not see the army actually go from Vienna to Trieste like that. Not really one of those, very tight AI openings that we're used to seeing sometimes in VDL.
All right, next up in fall of 1901.
All right, this is indeed the classic Sea Lion opening, where Germany moves to the North Sea with support of the French unit in the English Channel. It works in this case because Peter went directly into Norway from the Norwegian Sea, so he is forced to retreat that North Sea unit. Meanwhile, Peter bounces the French out of Belgium. Germany takes their 2 centers. Elsewhere, Italy convoys to Tunis. Russia moves St. Petersburg to Finland in order to free up St. Petersburg. This looks very, very much anti-English. He's setting up for a Fleet North Coast build. And in the south, the RT looks like it's off to the races, with Ankara going to Constantinople.
Yeah, and it's not very often that you see 1, 2, 3 armies in the Balkans holding in fall of 1901. I mean, you see it, but it just doesn't happen all that often. Usually Bulgaria does something in that situation. So it's very interesting that you do have what looks like RT-type moves with Austria and Italy with armies sitting there facing each other. It's sort of in the background. It's very
sort of a trust but verify situation. I think with those set of moves, I think Cody and Roni have very little reason to be aggressive against one another come 1902, at least playing a wait and see turn.
I'm loving the confidence between Yelty and Evan taking on one of the top players in the world, saying, "Nope, we're not afraid to come at you." And looks like Steve Hogue might be on board. Will it be a fleet or an army? What do we see?
Yeah, it's certainly a fleet in the North Coast for Steve Hogue, and it's certainly a fleet in Brest for the French. This is all out anti Peter McNamara. He is the man on this board, and the board is going to have none of it. This is the person who was eliminated once out of 17 games last VDL season. They're going to say, "How about that? Let's see if we can do it again."
Yeah, and the Turkish fleet build and all that, definitely RT looking.
Yeah, so we see in terms of let's start in the West. The French this turn move up to Belgium, but this is really fascinating. Peter seems to have convinced the Germans to do something else and move into Burgundy and make a play against the French. This is why Peter is so good at this game. He has really diplomatically changed the course of things. Steve certainly does still manage to take Norway, but nonetheless, Germany has clearly changed their hand here in terms of going up to Baltic, going out to Burgundy. So Peter really does have some play in this game, which was looking fairly grim for him. Elsewhere on the board, AI is trying to hold back the RT. They make some nice moves in terms of keeping the Russians out of Galicia and the Turks out of the Aegean Sea. So this will be really, though, which is always a great place for Russia to be. It's just an option.
You know, the Turks had a guess to make there. Do I support myself into the Aegean or do I do the Eastern Med? And he chose, just guessed wrong on that one.
Yeah, it's always a tough guess. And, I was about to ask, if you are Peter McNamara, how do you defend against this sea lion? And the answer is the best is diplomatically. That's the absolute best way. David, I'm sure you've been in that situation before. It's not an easy one. What's your approach?
You emphasize how much of an asset you can be to whoever wants to take control of that relationship on the other side. So I can be your friend. I can help you with moves. I can help you with this. You just try to make yourself into an asset. It looks to me like he turned both Russia and Germany, honestly, because Russia moving down to the Black Sea means that he was pulling out of the anti-English attack also.
Well, let's look at how good those moves were. Peter walked out of London, and the Germans didn't retreat there from the North. They retreated to Holland instead, right? I mean, man, this is why Peter is one of the best at this game around. Let's look at 1902. Here, Peter again gets the support of the Germans into Belgium, knocks the French unit out, and Germany gets the free walk into Paris. This is just disastrous for Yelty. Meanwhile, Stephen Hogue makes nice plays in the north, keeps Norway, doesn't manage to advance things, but keeps Peter out of the Norwegian Sea, giving himself some play there. But does lose Romania to the Turks, while the Italians take Constantinople with Turkish help. So what is going on here? It looks like the IA is sort of playing one side and the other side to get at the same time. Austria is attacking is helping Turkey against Russia. Italy is attacking Turkey with Russia's help. It's a whole kind of merry-go-round down there. But who's doing well? It's Italy building too.
Yeah, this is the war of all against all down there. It looks to me like. And Italy is definitely the one that comes out ahead. Russia's in trouble if the EG sticks together, obviously.
So I theorize this is no longer an AI. I think this is at least an attempt at a wintergreen. If that were the case, Adam, what would the builds be that we would see from Italy here?
I'm not so convinced that the move to Trieste wasn't agreed on with the Austrians, and if it wasn't, I think this is easily reconcilable because the Austrians can take Trieste back. Italy's got really no reason to keep pushing up that way. I'm expecting probably Army Venice, Fleet Naples, regardless of what Italy does, because it's just the most flexible set of builds here.
It was interesting that Turkey chose Russia as the one to go against that turn instead of doing other more defensive things.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising, right? Because they could have used Black Sea just to support Romania and held it there.
An overextended position for Turkey. We've got a pretty reasonable set of builds from Cody in Italy, army in France, and army in Munich. How do we use those units, Adam?
Yeah, so the French kick the Germans out of Burgundy and cover Picardy to prevent the retreat there. Of course, that frees up Peter to walk right into the English Channel, which is going to put a mess of a position and a bunch of tactical guesses on the French in the fall. Meanwhile, Peter also supports himself up to the Norwegian Sea while Stephen goes to the Skagerrak. It does at least look like Evan and Steve Hogue have some diplomatic maneuvering here, though it's going to be tough with Russia and Sweden and Skagerrak and Germany and Baltic and Denmark. That is just not a comfortable position for either of them, and it's going to be hard for either of them to negotiate. This is just, again, why Peter is doing such a good job here of getting his neighbors into positions where they just are going to have a really hard time trusting each other. Meanwhile, in the south and the east, the Italians move up to Tyrolia. Again, it looks a lot like this was a negotiated situation between Italy and Austria. Austria makes really, really conservative moves here, showing that they don't fully trust the Italians, but on the other hand, they don't fully not trust the Italians either, because they could have done something much more aggressive if they wanted to kick them out of Trieste.
Every Austrian unit is an unsupported move to somewhere. In other words, he doesn't try to do anything with support. That means he doesn't want to commit. People learning the game may wonder what Warsaw to Livonia is all about. What he was worried about was a German convoy from Kiel to Livonia, which can sometimes be a devastating attack on the Russians. So that's what Steve was worried about there.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Evan is doing some really interesting things here, though I do wonder to what extent Peter is pulling the strings and to what extent he feels like he really has a choice, or he's sort of locked himself in with Peter at this point. So in the fall, there's some coordination again with the EG. You have Evan supporting himself up to Sweden. You have Peter supporting himself into the Norwegian Sea while convoying into Belgium. Can't quite tell what Skagerrak thinks it's doing. I'm guessing probably supporting the English into Denmark, which was not ordered. Meanwhile, you have, oh boy, this is really rough. This is just a mistake on Yelte's part, moving Paris out into Burgundy and not taking the center, walking out in the spring. This is just a really huge error here, and it's going to be very costly for him not to retake that home center in Paris. Elsewhere, on the other side of the board, you have the Italian forcing. Are they forcing? No, they're not taking Smyrna, right? It looks like it's a beleaguered garrison with Aegean going to Smyrna with support of Eastern Med, and Smyrna going to Aegean with support of Khan. So that all goes. So the net result is Russia looks like they get the center out of that, and meanwhile the Austrians clearly not happy with the Italians, and Trieste kicked them out.
Yeah, that I'm not entirely sure what Yelte was thinking about with Paris to Burgundy, unless he thought he was cutting support for something, but support for what? So that really is a mistake. I would just argue advantage Peter. Everything that happened here is advantage Peter.
I think this is a great example for players who are watching this about why some experienced players manage to do so well even when they're ganged up on early in the game. I mean, this is really just a diplomatic victory and a tactical victory so far by Peter. Just the fact that he's in this game at all and wasn't crushed. I mean, it's just very impressive play, and again, shows that he's making bold moves, and he's not in the North Sea right now, for crying out loud, right? And that's not something you can normally envision England being in a position to comfortably do in 1903, especially when they were attacked out of the gate.
Yeah.
Cody Green +2, Cody Green -2. Easy come, easy go.
Rough year for Cody, disbanding in Bohemia and in East Med. So pulling back has to move into a defensive position there. Army build in Berlin, fleet in London. Steve chooses to disband the Northern Fleet in St. Pete, keeping the fleet that's a little more has a little more position in Skag. What do we do with it?
Well, Skag is usually the place that fleets go to die. So, it's an interesting choice. Of course, a fleet in St. Petersburg from this position isn't the greatest thing in the world either. And Steve summarily quickly loses St. Petersburg to Peter. Meanwhile, the EG is continuing to roll, just pushing everything forward into France, into Russia. Really strong position for both of them. Meanwhile, in the east, Italy makes some interesting choices here. It looks like they're suspecting that the Austrians are going to come after them as they go up to the Adriatic and cover Venice and pull out of Aegean. This is really not great moves for Austria, for Italy or Austria in this case, because they really lose a lot of momentum against what looks to be like a reformed RT.
Yeah, I agree. And I guess the taking of Trieste was not by arrangement, and Cody did not like the new arrangement. It's interesting. We've got this coordinated attack on Marseille. It doesn't work, but it's interesting that there's a coordinated attack between the Italians and the Germans on Marseille.
Yeah, it makes me wonder why Italy would be keen to do that in this position. It does not feel like it's to Italy's advantage to be helping the Germans advance.
He's just looking for any kind of friend here. He doesn't think he has one.
Yeah. And again, the support is forthcoming yet again, and this time it works. The Germans do take Marseille. The English take Brest. The Germans take Belgium, which I'm sure was arranged. And let's see what's going on. It looks like Norway is falling to a resounding 3-2 or something like that. So England is going to keep Norway and take St. Petersburg. Elsewhere, what do we have? We have the Russians supporting themselves back into Warsaw to hold that against the Germans and the Austrians. We have a whole lot of weird random attacks in the south. It looks like the Italians and the Turks are now working together, and the Russians are working with the Turks. So it looks like it's IRT against the Austrians at this stage of the game, which is kind of an interesting set of alliance that's really not doing anything to slow down the EG. If I'm on the other side of the board, the eastern side of the board, I'm thinking, how do we slow down that alliance? Certainly taking out Austria to get some centers and clean up and be able to move the other way makes a lot of sense. But I don't know that if I'm Italy, I'm really wanting to support the Germans into Marseille and help them build faster.
And it turns out he didn't even need it. The French left Marseille with support. They didn't even need the support. Yeltsin just misguessed almost every move there. Just so unfortunate to see.
If I'm Italy here, I'm pushing hard to get the Germans to support me to the dot, right? I need to build myself. I need to get the units so that I can send some things the other way to start getting some fleets into Lyon, into Western Med to make sure that side of the board doesn't crack through.
Maybe he's trying to get Germany to turn on Peter while Germany has the chance.
Yeah, I could see an argument for a central triple here as a diplomatic pitch. I don't know that I would particularly love that if I'm Italy, but at the same time, like David said earlier, maybe Italy just really needed a friend, and that was a way they felt they could do it.
Yeah, I think it's totally a pitch, but I don't know that I'm giving Germany more centers right now. Right, they're already board leading by quite a bit.
Look at those Russian disbands. Instead of disbanding Skagerrak, he's disbanding Black Sea. Now that is a I'm going to help against the EG kind of thing, but one fleet up there's maybe it'll tie some units down
for a season until it gets destroyed, right?
Well, that's the whole point, is that you're making them chase my pirate around instead of otherwise organizing the assault on the east.
Elsewhere, we've got a Fleet Liverpool and Army Munich, and Fleet Naples, Army Smyrna. The interesting one to me is Fleet Liverpool. Let's see what Peter does with that.
Yeah, I mean, Philippe Liverpool seems very sensible if you're Peter, right? You're ready to get some units out into the Mao and down towards the Med. If you're thinking big result this game, you're not quite ready to make any move against the Germans, but you want to keep some units in a position to defend against them. Makes total sense. You're looking to get Portugal and Spain at some point in this game. And here things go. Let's see, we have the Germans supporting themselves out into Burgundy, up in the north, destroying the fleet in Skag, as you would expect from this position. The question, I guess, is what's going on with the Austrians? They're sending everything up towards Gal, Vienna, Tyrolia. Does this mean that the Austrians are now working with the Italians and the Russians and the Turks to sort of try and slow down the Germans? Why are we doing that from this position? That is interesting to me, and I think it's probably not a bad play on Roni's part to try to make himself useful. But I don't understand with Venice and Piedmont holding how this all plays into that.
Yeah, there must not be a very good, well coordinated plan to go and deal with Germany, because then you'd have Venice supporting the move to Tyrolia, for example, if that's what was happening.
Absolutely.
Well, we're a little late, so we'll go quickly. Adam, who do you like to top this board?
I find it hard not to bet on Peter from this position, though I do like the German position, and I think either one of them are potentially in position to do it.
David, any counter argument?
No, it's hard to imagine anybody in the East having a chance here. It's got to be England or Germany.
Okay, I'll try to push quickly. This is really just great play by Peter, continuing to push the Germans forward into dots that the Germany ultimately can't hold on to, right? So pushing Germany into Spain with, and pushing them into Paris. These are not dots that in the long run, maybe Paris, but certainly not Spain, that Germany is going to be in a position to hold on to, especially when they've got to start shifting units in the other direction to fight against the Austrians and the Russians and everything else. And speaking of that note, Austria, after pushing things north, trying to make themselves useful, is very quickly turning around the other way. Apparently, whatever they thought they were going to accomplish by that was not accomplished, because the Italians and the Turks and everybody else is now coming their way.
Yeah, Khan to Ankara is interesting. I guess under the theory that the Russians are only marginally useful here. You've lost that fleet, so I'm gonna build something there. But that, again, not designed to help stop the EG. Neither is the the fighting around Trieste. Not designed to help.
No, I mean, I guess the point is, Russia's got their 2 units. Do you want to give Russia a build, or is it better for you to get the build yourself? You can put another army down, fill it up to the north. I mean, you really have no reason to build a fleet in this situation. That would be just kind of nuts. I mean, it's possible, but you really don't want to be fighting the Italians, right? You want to get armies up into Russia to basically replace the Russian units.
I don't think there is a Eastern plan here that's very well coordinated or thought out. I really don't. Maybe they're trying, but I don't think it's there yet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in winter of 1905, we've
that's exactly what I was going to say. I just don't think there is a plan. There's a fleet Trieste being built here.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, certainly Austria is going to do kind of crazy stuff from this position because they're getting attacked from all angles. But the fleet Smyrna really perplexes me from this position, because regardless of what you're doing, you really want to be working with the Italians. If you're working with the Italians, you don't need another fleet, right?
I don't think they're working with it. I think Cody is not cooperating with that. Now they've decided they just have to defeat Cody. That's why they built 2 fleets.
Oh boy.
So, Adam, so first I will say I always like it when I see Fleet Trieste for Austria. That's usually something that I'm going to view as a positive. Clearly, in this situation, you disagree. Can you expound strategically why you feel like that may not be the correct build in this situation?
Well, look, I think it's just very limiting for you, right? I mean, it doesn't really accomplish a whole lot. And ultimately, if what you're trying to do is take Venice or something along those lines, your way to take Venice is by building an army, and you can cut Adriatic from Albania, right? You don't need a second fleet here with Austria. You need to make an ally, and that ally has got to be either Italy or Turkey. Either case, they need to be the fleet power. You got to be the army power. You got to be doing something to slow the West down, and you can't do that with fleets right now.
It's, as you point out, it's not even a really good way to defeat the Italians, because you've got enough Turkish fleets to help do that.
All right, moving on to spring of 06.
But clearly, fighting the Italians was the thing to do here, which is fantastic if you're Peter or Evan. I mean, it's just great. If the East is fighting Italy, look at this. Peter is going into the Western Med uninhibited, and probably Cody's like, sure, why not? You might as well come down this way. What do I care?
I think it was the other way around. I think Cody was refusing to cooperate, and that's why they did.
It could be. Yeah. That could be. Belgium to North Sea is interesting. That seems like a good balancing move on Evan's part. The fact that St. Pete also went to Norway suggests to me that it was not fully coordinated, though it could have been. And Peter just had nothing else to do with St. Petersburg and ordered it. Elsewhere, let's see, the Germans are continuing to make their push. They force Livonia. They get into Tyrolia with support of Venice. Again, David, to your point, you're absolutely right. It does look like Cody is on the side of the West. And I see from Peter commenting that the north bounce was coordinated. And sure, it certainly looks like the kind of move that would be coordinated. The only question was because of the St. Petersburg to Norway move.
This as you can see, the Trieste fleet didn't need to be a fleet. You could tell from that last move. Just wanted to point that out.
Yep. All right, everybody goes to Paris. We force Spain. This is all kind of sensible. It looks like Tunis was probably supporting Western Med to the Tyrrhenian Sea, but instead the Turks dislodge Ionian and they retreat there. Yeah, I mean, this is all just a total mess in the East. They just can't get their act together, and the EG just continues to plow through this board. This is just, really sensible play by the EG. They've got no reason not to be working together in this position. And the interesting thing is, I guess, Norway taking Sweden with Germany not taking, I guess Germany's taking Spain. So they're sort of evening out the center count move. So that all makes sense.
No, they're losing Spain to the English. This is the English jettisoning his German ally. You don't go English channel.
Oh, he's taking two. You're right. I'm sorry. That's not
taking it from him.
He's taking two off of them. So Germany is going down 2 and England is going up. It's going up by 2. So yeah, this could be a stab.
I think it has to be, because you don't go to the North Sea there.
Yeah.
I guess in theory you could if the Germans were supposed to bounce you and didn't or something, but the Germans shouldn't want you in North Sea. So this is a stab. It's got to be a stab.
It's absolutely a stab. We've got +2 for Peter. What are we building here, Adam?
Fleet London Army Eddie, maybe?
Possibly the other way around.
Yeah, the other way is possible too.
Well, no, I think you're right. I think
if you're going to go fleet army, you do it that way. If you're going to go you could also go 2 fleets here. I mean, like in this position, you don't necessarily need another army, but it doesn't hurt. So,
well, I am an English player that actually probably builds more fleets than others do.
Yeah, I don't think 2 fleets would be a bad build. 2 fleets would be bad here either.
Helgoland Bite's waiting for somebody to go in there, for example.
Totally.
The Germans can't stop it.
Totally.
Is now the time for Austria to try and, for Turkey to try and make a move on Austria? Or does that just mess
I think it depends, right? I mean, if Austria is it depends on the diplomatic situation, and it's been such a mess in the East that it's really hard to read on what that is. If Austria has been reasonable in terms of how they're working with the Turks, I would want an ally here as Turkey, right? And my only chance to have a good result in this game is to really be able to hold up the other side of the board. And I can't necessarily do that by immediately stabbing the Austrians. I do that by pushing my fleets out, getting some Italian dots, and then stabbing the Austrians. So maybe not.
I agree.
Double fleets make David Hood happy. Got an army in Con. Could see an argument for that. That's pretty flexible in this situation.
Convoy to Apulia would be, or you could stab, which is
Or
what
you
he's
could
doing.
stab, like, that's what we do here.
And Austria knew it too, so that army must have been a tip-off.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of interesting. So the Russians are now supporting the Germans up to St. Pete. The Germans are going up to Sweden. So they are making an effort here, at least, to push back against Peter. And it looks like the board is doing the same thing. It looks like, I mean, it's hard to tell what the heck Italy is doing here and what their long-term plan is, but. Where they are, the Italians are supporting the French back into Spain. So it looks like now there is a coordinated effort of stop Peter.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
We've got some players who know how to move pieces on this board. So I'm looking forward to see how this plays out.
You can't really stop Peter when you have AI trying to fight Turkey in the east.
I mean, look what you've done. I mean, you've retaken a few things, but you're also losing a few things, right? So it looks like this is actually not a horrible turn for Evan, all things considered, right? They're taking St. Petersburg, Sweden, and Norway in exchange for losing Denmark, Holland, and Belgium. I mean, it's not a great result, but it's also not a horrible result. But why are they supporting Mao to Spain? Does anybody understand that?
That's the Italians supporting Mao to Spain.
Oh, they're not supporting. The Italians are supporting Mao. Okay, yeah. That's interesting. So
because Cody's still sort of playing both sides against.
They support. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what Cody's game is here, and maybe it's get Peter really big, and I'll try to be second on this board or something. Meanwhile, again, this just lack of coordination. You got Austria supporting themselves back into Trieste, like defending against the Turks. The Russians are now retaking Sevres. Congratulations, Steve Hogue. You're back up to 3 centers. What chaos on this board. It's fantastic.
It looks like it was a fun game to play in, honestly.
I don't know that I could have dealt with the stress.
Anytime you got an Austrian fleet in Lyon out by itself, and the Italians don't take the support to Spain, you got an interesting game going on.
After all of that dipsy doodle, net result is Roni loses 1 in Austria, and Evan and Steve Hogue both gain 1. Well done, Steve. Keep on fighting.
I mean, this is nice that Evan gets a bill, but man, this is not great position having 2 armies stuck up in Scandinavia and nothing back home. Of course, it's not as if England has armies in Holland or Belgium. They have fleets there, so it's less of a threat for the home centers, but this is just not ideal.
Yeah, I understand that somebody might say that he should have built an army, but the 2 fleet builds allowed him to move faster.
Yeah.
On areas that were very vulnerable. So I still think he's got a great advantage here.
Yep.
So becomes a tactical exercise in the West a little bit.
Yeah, and so what do we have? We have the it looks like actually does Kiel fall? No, it actually looks like Evan got all of the guesses right this time. Retakes Denmark, bounces Sweden, bounces St. Petersburg, holds Kiel. So this looks like a tactical win, at least in the spring for Evan. I'm not sure what the position is in the fall, whether he can hold on to what he's done. But it certainly looks positive in terms of retaking Denmark and not losing anything. Elsewhere on the board, of course, the Italians are now up in Burgundy, which is fantastic except they've kind of forgot that they also have Venice and Rome and stuff like that. And who needs the boot when you can have Burgundy, right?
Maybe Austria's moving through. Maybe they're just passing through.
I don't think that's what's happening here, David. I might be wrong, but I suspect that Italy is losing Venice and Rome this year. So good for Roni, I guess. And interestingly enough, the Austrians and the Russians are working together, which
there
is
certainly has been a lot of diplomatic flexibility in this game. You can't say that hasn't happened.
You got that right.
I think that David, you're correct. I think this would be both a frustrating but also very fun dynamic board. Sometimes the dynamic boards are because of quality of play. Other times it's around diplomatic flexibility, and I think that's more of the latter in this game.
But look at this. Roni should be building 2 this year, probably, if they can hold on to Romania. I mean, that's not too bad.
Well, we'll see. But I still think we predicted earlier that England and Germany, one of those was going to top. It looks to me, even though they're fighting now, it's still going to be hard for any of the Eastern powers to really get a lot bigger. Whoa. Venice and Rome, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the thing that's interesting to me is that they continue. Now they're all attacking Evan, right? You've got Italy walking into Munich. You've got Hogue now in Russia moving up to St. Petersburg, which is really interesting to me. Given that Peter is really the one in the position to be in the driver's seat in this board, and they're not really giving Evan any way to fight back and to hold the line there. That's very surprising to me.
It's just a great big mess. I don't really blame Steve here because he's just trying to get bigger. He can't worry about who's topping the board. He's trying to get from 3 to 4. So
I mean, it's a reasonable argument that everybody else on this board, aside from Peter, is like, "Hey, okay, I'm okay with Peter winning this. Like, how big can I get so that I'm in a nice second place?" And maybe that's what's going on here. And Roni's like, "Great, I just grew to 7." And Steve's like, "Great, I just got my home centers back." And Italy's like, "Oh. Well, I got Munich. Okay, great."
Yes, we have a third Austrian fleet build. I know one of them got eliminated earlier, but it's the third Austrian fleet.
Why are we building fleets here? This is the time of the game. Don't you think that Austria and Turkey have a great? Well, I don't know. You got a rat, or what do you do here if you're Austria? Who do you want to work with? I guess it's not Turkey if you're building another fleet, but like, who do you want to be working with? I feel like you want to build 2 armies here and be able to work with the Turks, maybe.
I would have built an army and gone north because your enemy is Italy, and Munich is owned by Italy.
Yeah.
So that might be something you could work out with the Germans. The fleet.
But also the Russians aren't doing anything helpful at this point, right? So can't you work at something out with the Turks? Say, hey, go up to Armenia. We do that whole kind of go up to Galicia. We do that thing.
I think this is. I think Roni's plan here is kill Cody. I think that's his plan, and then decide what he wants to do after that. Everybody's plan here is let's have Peter win, and otherwise we will entertain the world of diplomacy with this game.
Well, they're entertaining me, so that's good enough. All right, so Peter takes Denmark this turn. I mean, he's just continuing his plow in. Takes Kiel, positioning to potentially take Paris. I mean, Peter is just kind of dominating the north part of this board. For someone who got sea lioned in 1901, hats off to you. In the south, yeah, as you said, Roni is really just playing let's kill Cody here.
I think so.
Yeah.
And that could be just the diplomacy wasn't good, and so you just decided you're going to go that direction.
Yeah, and I mean, West aside, I will say Roni was not looking like the best position a couple of turns ago, and this is definitely a stronger position. I did not expect Roni to be in this position when he built that fleet earlier. So well done in negotiating to get up.
No, I mean he's managed to work with the Turks, which I think is ultimately what he needed to do here, and I think he's setting himself up for a reasonable center count result in this game.
Yeah, and Steve Hogue up to 4 at this point. So we got some people able to turn lemons, maybe not lemonade, but at least not as bitter.
Well, Hogue was down to 2, right? I mean, this is great. I mean, you can't knock anything when you get down to 2 and you're back to all your home centers. It's great.
How different would this game possibly have turned out if Andre had stuck with Roney earlier instead of trying to stab him?
That's right. All right, so let's see what we've got. We've got, I can only envision that bounce in Armenia is continuously either arranged or expected. Everyone's just expecting it. The Italians force Naples. They take it from the Ionian with the goal of being able to get that second fleet out against the Tyrrhenian or Tunis. They're still working with the Turks because the Turks support them from Adriatic to Ionian. Elsewhere in the West, it's not a whole lot. The English support the Italians to Paris. They're continuing to make their play against the Germans, and Evan is just about done here. I guess they hold on to Berlin, but that's about it.
You know, when you start an attack on Peter McNamara, or frankly any FG sea line attack, is it really time to change course in 1902? I think that's something that people learning this game ought to evaluate, whether you make a big commitment like that and then immediately, if you're Evan, go against the French in 1902. That might have been his mistake right there.
What is it they say? You come at the king, you best not miss.
Yeah.
Well, we've got +3 for Peter McNamara, called out as the player to beat on this board at the top of the broadcast, and proving why. We've got +1 for Roney and -3 for Evan, who's kind of been the loser for this season. Game's about to wrap up. It seems almost inevitable that Peter will win this. We'll just continue to push on through spring 1910. This will likely be our last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just a case of Peter trying to see, can I get a couple more dots out of this board? And, he's going up to take St. Petersburg. He's setting up to take Marseille or Paris or something like that. He walks out of some things. I think he can retake Brest. He's probably going to trade Marseille for Spain. And then a whole lot of not much in the eastern part of this board.
You know, you can go back and forth. If you're one of these Eastern powers, you can go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and win a game of diplomacy with a time limit, but not if somebody is dominating their side of the board. You can't do it.
Yeah, it's a whole tempo thing of this game, right? If one side of the board resolves so much faster than the other, as it did in this side of the game, it just makes things really, really difficult. And the fact that the Eastern side of the board never really figured out how to resolve their side, or at least push up against the West, really kind of dictated where this game went.
And I think Peter may be getting some help from players for these last few centers.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's pretty fine with him taking one more, and so he'll end on 12. And actually, Roney ends on 9. That's wonderful work by Austria. Honestly, that's like a really good kind of mid-center result, all things being considered. And, and then we got a bunch of small powers on the board, no eliminations, which is always kind of fun. Everybody got to play through to the end and fight it out and kind of see what this is all about. So I think the theme of this board is we see, Peter McNamara is without a doubt one of the greats, and we saw that. We saw why he's one of the greats here.
Yeah, and I think the theme for me is exactly what David was saying earlier about when you've got one side resolving quickly, the other side of the board has to see that and respond to that. From a strategic standpoint, I don't know the diplomacy that was going on in that board. It seems like for whatever reason, the players were not on the same page. And at the end of it in the East, Roney was the one who was able to take the most advantage out of that chaos. So well done to Roney.
Don't be a commitment phobe, people. Don't be a commitment phobe. sometimes you need to commit.
But
Once
also,
you've gone, finish it off. Don't go back and forth so much in a time limited. Well, any diplomacy game is certainly a time limited game where tempo is so important.
well, game one of this season has completed. It's time for us to move on. David, we're going to give you a break. And welcome back to the stream, Michalis. Welcome.
Hi.
And with that, let's transition on to our next game. And here we go. And I almost had it. Here we are. So VDL 125, Spring Oak. Someone is going to kill me with my pronunciations here. I happen to have looked this up. It looks like our games are being named after rugby teams, perhaps in honor of the, I believe it's Field of Six or Tournament of Six rugby event that is going on right now. And you can tell, as an American, I know not a whole lot about it, except it's fun to watch. So Austria, we've got Karthik Konath from California. England, we've got Isaac Jukes from York. France, we've got Agastya, who is from India. Germany, we've got Jason Bennett from Maryland. In Italy, we have Wes Ketchum, who's from Switzerland, no longer in Chicago. Russia, we have Percy from Hong Kong. And Turkey, we've got Rano Veski from Estonia. So on this board, we have 6 countries represented. Once again, love to see the international play that we've got in this game. Michalis, what can you tell us about the players on this board? Any stories that we should be watching out for?
Yeah, I mean, we've got 3 people, I believe, making, or at least 2 that are making their debuts in France and Russia, and I believe Isaac in England is pretty new to the scene as well. We've got some experienced veterans like Wes and Karthik, and then you've got a couple of people who last season really had their breakouts. And Jason, he was a rookie last season and did extremely well and only narrowly missed the VDL top board. I think he came in 8th overall. And Rauno came in later on in the season, and I saw him top a game really well, and he definitely is one to watch as well.
Yeah, really looking forward to this, and welcome to all of our players, and really appreciate seeing the new players on the board. That's exciting for everyone on the board to play and for us to watch. Wishing you all success, and also, before I forget, I should have done this earlier. Just remember, if you are enjoying what you're watching, please remember to like this broadcast, subscribe to the channel, post in the comments. All of those things help the YouTube algorithm promote this broadcast. We've had several players find the diplomacy hobby through this channel and join and have great success. So please do your part and help spread the word. With that, Spring 1901, Michalis, lead us off.
So again, we've got an aggressive England dropping into the channel. We had a France last game. This time it's England. The channel is a popular place to be moving to in Spring 01. Elsewhere, you've got a quite unusual bounce in Tyrolia from Germany and Italy. You have to assume that was arranged, but either way, it's not something you see very often. Germany deciding they don't want anything to do with Belgium, which with England making the moves they have, maybe Germany just wants to let EF fight from the start. And elsewhere, the other notable move is this, the Sunstrom from Turkey, as I believe it's called, the Pitchfork, if you're from WebDip, where, yeah, all out attack on Russia from the get-go.
I think often what you see happening with Tyrolia is you just have a lot of Italy's who like to open there, and then Germany gets wind of it through second hand or third hand and is pretty confident that it's happening and just says, you know what, I don't want any part of that. I'm going to let France and England deal with Belgium themselves. This is okay for me, but I'm going to bounce Tyrolia so I don't have to cover it in the fall. That way I can go up to Ruhr or something like that.
And if you are playing Virtual Diplomacy League Bingo, it's time for you to pull out your card. I'm going to pull out the Windy City Weasel phrase that the Smyrna to Armenia, though often can be an attack on Russia, it is not necessarily forcing that. So there are some good options to turn that into a RT. Maybe not the most efficient way to do it, but it is possible. So don't immediately write it off. Don't close off your diplomatic options. Fall of 1901.
All right, so we see some very interesting moves from Russia in fall of '01. You have to assume Baltic was because he thought Sweden was going to be bounced. So there's obviously been some miscommunication there, given that Germany did not bounce Sweden. Russia has definitely decided heavily against the Germans. They also seem to be the embers of a AR to start with here, with the fleet in Sevastopol going to Romania, which is a very pro-Austrian position. Turkey, it seems, is indeed making an attack on Russia, at least for now. We'll see how long that continues. And bounce in Brest, bounce in Belgium, England with no builds. That's brave. There's the West is nobody in the West has had a good year, and you don't often get to say that in 1901.
This is really unusual, right? I mean, and France, I think made great moves here. Many Frances in this position will flip a coin or not cover Brest, or flip a coin to decide, am I going to go to Portugal or Brest? And Agastya guessed correctly here, which is great. I think it's much better, obviously, to not have England there than to take Portugal in this position. But the unusual thing, as McCarlos pointed out, is the fact that England convoyed into Belgium instead of going up to Norway, which of course keeps France out of there, but prevents England from getting the build. And now France is going to get that opportunity to build a fleet in Brest. And it's not great news for England if France and Germany are talking well. So we'll see how that goes.
Winter of 01, we've got a fleet Brest, double armies from Germany, double armies from Austria, fleet Poles, and fleet Sev. Fleet Sev is probably the most surprising to me. Also, fleet Smyrna. McCallus, what happens in 02?
It's good to see that Scandinavia is actually on this board. I was wondering whether they were playing a variant where it didn't exist, but finally a unit actually goes up there, and England does the convoy to Norway. Sweden still neutral in Spring 02. Russia is attacking Germany. Germany is defending, and all of a sudden this is looking really, really good for France. England has pulled back. It looks like they've decided that they're not getting anything out of France. So England's moving east. France is up to 6 centers for the moment and probably staying at it. And elsewhere, Russia, having built that fleet in Sevastopol, they don't even use it to try and take out the Black Sea. So that's maybe not the ideal thing to be doing there. That could at least be an army if you're not moving. It does restrict the options. It looks like this is an AR situation though, and Karfik has sided with Russia, and Turkey has sniffed out and bounced everything. So we'll see whether that lasts into autumn, or whether Karfik decides that actually I don't need this Russia and maybe I need to change tack.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're a one build Russia, to put a fleet into Sev is just such a restricting move, and it really just leaves your middle open and gives you so little options in the long term of this game. And one thing that I think players need to think about a lot in this game is a big part of being successful is to maximize your own options and minimize the options of your opponents. And when you build something like Fleet Sev as your only build as Russia, you have very few options in terms of what you can actually do with that fleet, as opposed to, let's say, an Army Sev or an army in Moscow, which has the most options of anything. And none of your neighbors are going to know, are you going to go north? Are you going to go south? Are you going to go to Warsaw? What are you going to do with that? Versus Fleet Sev, what can you possibly do with Fleet Sev? You can go to Black Sea, or you can hold it, which is what we did here. There's no guessing involved. There's no what is he going to do? There's no negotiation. So this is a really big problem we see often in diplomacy. And so I will really just emphasize that lesson here. Maximize your own options, minimize your opponent's options.
I do agree with that, Adam. I will also say, though, or Percy, they probably have a decent relationship with Karthik. So if
I'm not going to minimize, and this may work out perfectly well for Percy, right? I'm not going to say in a given situation, like, things can be things can be happening that are totally, unclear to us. On the other hand, if I'm Karthik in this position, I'm like, great, Russia just built a fleet. I'm Austria. Why would I fight them? I can fight them anytime in this game because they have no means to defend themselves against me. So this is just perfect for me.
And here we see why you would prefer to have that army in Moscow, as England gets the free walk into St. Petersburg as well as Norway. At least Russia does stay even because they do get Sweden. For Germany, their position's a bit more defensive now, but they're still sort of surrounded by an England that's gone +2 and a France that's gone +2. France, it seems, is really hedging their bets, just holding the fleets. They're not chasing after England, but they're not getting ready to drop into the Mediterranean either. And maybe that would be a good call for them. Italy is charged off to the east, so France has quite a lot of strategic flexibility that we were just talking about. France now has all the options, so really nice year for Agastya. And AIR in the east, yeah, it's an AIR that Russia isn't going to be getting much out of, despite their double fleets.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the West goes, I mean, I think France is probably in the driver's seat. I think Piedmont may have been arranged or may not have been, but I think the thing you don't like to see here is that fleet in Brest holding. You'd probably rather just move out to the Mid-Atlantic. It can do pretty much anything it can do from Brest. It can do from the Mid-Atlantic. It just gives you a little bit more flexibility from where to go there if you're there immediately. I see Mikhail shaking his head here. Maybe you liked it as a diplomatic move.
I like it because you're building two and now you have an excuse to only put one down. And I actually really like not having to put two down as France here and keeping those options longer. So even though it seems counterintuitive to block your own center where you didn't have to, I actually really like this from a sort of longer term perspective.
Got some patient play from Agastya in France, building the army, the only unit they could. Fleet in Eddy and army in Vienna. Moving on to spring 1903.
All right, so the German moves are extremely Western Tripoli. The other moves from the West are not at all Western Tripoli, so that is rarely a story that ends well for Germany. It looks very much like France is just moving up to walk in behind. England's moving out to sort of walk in behind. You can say, oh, Liverpool, North Atlantic, but that is very easy for England and France to disengage, and this could very quickly turn into a pretty powerful EF. In the south, Karthik's again the one getting all the forward momentum, while the other two in the east in this AIR go nowhere. Turkey, they made a decent call on defending Smyrna, but unfortunately they're probably guaranteed to lose Con, and once you're down to two as Turkey, your position is really poor. And Russia, again, those fleets, now there's no Turkish fleet in Black Sea, and Russia's still not in the Black Sea despite having the extra southern fleet, which is a really unfortunate turn. I think from Russia's perspective, even though Austria is big and you don't necessarily want to leave them an easy stab on Rum, you push into Black Sea anyway because you need a growth. And if Karthik's going to stab you for Romania, he can do it whether you're sat in 7 Rum or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think this gets into, some things that we have seen and heard in the meta. You know, you have players like Karthik and West who have probably played numerous games together. And here they are working together, and I think there's a lot of reasons why they should be working together on this board. But I think unless Russia or Turkey gives them a good reason to not be working together, that's going to continue through a big chunk of this game. And I'm expecting the AI to really start rolling on this board. You know, you may not see Karthik fighting Russia that soon, but I think in the long term on this board, you're going to see those southern Russian dots are going to be red.
Yeah, it's an interesting question for me. If I feel like I've got a Russia who's really not in any kind of position to be a threat, and I'm getting the momentum in those Turkish centers, do I go ahead and push up into the middle of the board early and save those Russian dots for later in the game? Or do I just go ahead and take the advantage while I have it? It's a tough choice.
I think right here you don't need to, right? Because you've got Constantinople, you've got Turkey, you've got dots for yourself, you've got dots to feed Italy to get them going west. there's not really any incentive immediately to take them out. Let them pull those fleets in the south that they rebuilt, right? Make it easier for you in the long run so that they can, as long as they're keeping some stuff in the north to basically slow down the English from making any gains, why not? What's the rush?
Yeah, I mean, what I'll say for Russia is that the DBNI last month, Ruben Sanchez was in a position in his semi-final as a Russia who was in a really, really poor position, and he took a lot of gambles, and he didn't turtle up like say Russia has here. He just went all charge forward, got the build, got the reward, and topped the board in the end. And for a newer player, that's the sort of game you can go and look at what Ruben did that game. He realized his position was poor and he went, no, I'm just going to charge forward. I'm going to make something of this. If it goes wrong, it goes wrong. But if it goes right, it really goes right.
Yeah.
Elsewhere here, Russia finally in the Black Sea. Italy, this is well negotiated to make sure they're the first one to get some out of Turkey. Because if it had just been Karthik taking Constantinople here, you start looking at an AI where Austria is way bigger than Italy, and that's a problem for sure.
Yeah.
France, it seems, has decided to charge into the Med right as England has decided to charge into France. So that flexibility, they had it, but unfortunately they made the wrong decision at the end of it. Germany this year has actually somehow turned out incredibly for a year that looked so rough in spring. They've decided that they don't need to defend too much against England. They've made the deal there. Walks into Sweden, which has to be arranged with England walking out, and also gains Warsaw. So a great year for Jason Bennett. And now all of a sudden it's the EG that's dominating the West.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of holds on this board, particularly with France, and it kind of makes you wonder, like, is there just not a plan here? Are we trying to slow play something? I look at something like Paris holding. Does it need to be in Paris? Could it be doing something more productive, either being in Gascony or Picardy? I don't know the answer to those questions, but clearly this isn't working out perfectly. With England coming down into the English Channel and Mid-Atlantic, and now that's something that France is going to have to deal with.
But boy, isn't it nice that you've got a delayed build that you can respond to what just happened there when you're France.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly having the wave build from last turn is a huge benefit here, and being able to put something in Brest to be able to address. Well, we can't build two, but we can get the one in Brest.
Yep, we got double armies from Germany and a fleet Rome for West Ketchum in Italy. Hand it to McCallus for spring of 1904.
Yeah, I mean, those German builds are almost locking him into an EG. When you put two armies down, you're a one fleet Germany with your only fleet out in Sweden, and he's never going to have an excuse to build one. So his stab options in England are going to be quite restricted going forwards. Yeah. But for the moment, the EG they're making the right guesses. Belgium gets in by convoy. Germany's in position to take Burgundy, but no more centres. But for the moment, that's not too much of a problem. Karthik is reacting to this German growth. Looks like he's pulling some armies back. Interesting, he chose Vienna instead of Tyrolia. Maybe Wes wasn't willing to let him go up to Tyrolia. So it's all a little bit still very much on the AIR for Karthik at least. And Italy gets a free walk into Ankara. Probably will retake Smyrna. We'll see. It's a 50-50 on what Turkey does there. And it's an AIR where Russia, having built those two southern fleets, in the end gets 0 Turkish centres. So that's quite rough. For Wes, yeah, he starts to move west, and he now has an excuse to move west that France gave him last term while France deals with England.
Yeah, I think you're totally right, McCarlos. I think this is a case of Karthik and Wes really trying to figure out how can we fight against the western side of the board, but how can we do it in a way where we trust each other? And I think there's just not enough trust there for either Wes to go up to Tyrolia or for Karthik to go there. And that's really where you want to be right now, right? Because you want to have that one of them in Tyrolia so that we can go up to Bohemia now and really have that sort of mid part of the board under threat so that Germany doesn't have free reign to do whatever the heck they want to do in the Russian theater.
Yeah, agreed.
And here it comes.
Turkey, it seems, as you have to look at that and assume that they were fed up and they didn't try to survive walking to Smyrna.
That's okay.
that's fine, and it's also really good for Wes Ketchum because now he's up a build, and he's got 2 units in Anatolia, which means Karthik's later stabs on him there are a lot rougher than if it's just 1 Italian unit over there. So for Wes, this keeps good balance, and that's possibly why he's willing to let Karthik go up to Tyrolia and Bohemia. He's put all of the armies on Karthik, saying, Karthik, you're the one with the armies. You go use them. I'm just going to go west. And that's working out quite nicely for him. He's got the move to Lyon West and Med Piedmont. France is still fighting England, who's taken Portugal and Belgium. This is a really rough year for France. Burgundy falls as well. France is on their last legs after that. Find it really interesting that Germany, perhaps this is a deal with Russia, and the move down to Galicia, this is nice tactical play. Germany's obviously realised that the AI has got to come their direction, and they're making sure that the AI doesn't get the jump on them. They're the one pushing down, threatening that. Romania now has to be covered. Yeah, decent turn from Germany as well.
I just want to comment, in contrast to the last game, which also had an EG, the eastern side of the board has their shit together here. This is really dramatically different than what we saw in the last game, right? We have a very serious coordination between Karthik and Wes in IA in terms of trying to make sure that the other side of the board cannot advance as quickly as they want to, and also that the eastern side of the board is going to make some gains here through Turkey, through Russia, maybe even through the middle of the board, depending on who wins the tactical fight over there.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Karthik and Wes for this AI. I know it's it's pretty common now, but when I started playing competitively I would say eight years ago or so, AI was much less common than it is today, and they're just doing a textbook AI. They've got a really good way to make sure that everything's balanced. They're making sure that both parties are in position where they can get dots and maintain momentum. If you're going to do it, this is a good one to watch.
And they both need to do it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, what is Karthik going to do here? He's not going to stab the Italian. He's got Germany and Galicia. I mean, he's not going to, So Wes can look at this and say, yeah, I can leave Venice open. That's fine. I can build another fleet. I don't need to build an army here. This is all good.
And then we've got Isaac building 2. It's an interesting point in the game for England, because at what point do you feel like you need to support France versus taking your own dots?
Yeah, I mean, Isaac obviously from a year. This game started with him getting no builds in 1901, so what a comeback this has been. Yeah. Usually you'd start looking at, is this time to stab Germany? But now that Italy's over there in Spain and Marseille, you don't have the ability to hold Iberia and fight Germany. So yeah, you can maybe prop up France, or you can keep taking stuff yourself, but there's no good English stab on Germany anymore, which that could end up with this game being locked up a lot earlier than you'd expect otherwise, because nobody, like as you said, Karthik's not going to stab Italy while Germany's in Galicia. England's not going to stab Germany while Italy's around Spain and Marseille. There's not great stabs, except maybe for Wes. He's the one who could turn things around and cut a deal. So we'll see what position, what he does to utilize that.
Yeah, I could certainly see this locking up. Not quite yet, but in a 2-on-2 where once we take out the rest of the Russian and the French dots, I think right now no one's terribly incentivized to stab their ally, unless something like England and Italy can basically work something out where they simultaneously stab their allies. And I've seen this happen, and it can happen to the advantage of both. But barring something like that, and again, you need 2 players who can really trust each other to try to do something like that. That can end up in huge results for both of them. But barring a situation like that, I don't think there's a lot of incentive to stab.
Yeah, that kind of arrangement I've found more common in extended deadline when you have more time to talk through things. In face to face, and especially virtual face to face, time is such a premium. It's very difficult to have that kind of negotiation.
I've seen it in face-to-face diplomacy when people have been laying the groundwork for it for many, many years, right? This is
Yeah.
not something that happens all of a sudden. We're like, spring 1905, let's do this. It's where we've been talking the whole time. We've got our respective allies, but we are not going to run this into a two-on-two. We're going to find the right time. We're going to agree on this, and we're going to do it. And you build that trust over time with somebody on the opposite side of the board. I don't know whether that's happening here. We have no knowledge of the negotiations, but it's really hard to do. It's
Yeah,
really, really hard.
and at the risk of going way too long on this turn, I do want to just emphasize uh, that shows the value of investing that precious time, negotiation time, in face to face with players across the board. So,
Yeah.
any player that's kind of dipping their toe into virtual or face to face, it's very tempting and very easy to focus in on your own theater, but it's those little, hey, just checking in, making sure things are good. Here's what I'm kind of thinking. Are we on the same page? Can pay off huge dividends once you hit the mid game.
Yeah. If you've got a couple minutes and nobody's talking to you, just go and grab someone, even if it's on the other side of the board. Just use it.
Absolutely. So, winner of 1904, we'll play Who Do You Like? McCallus, I'll start with you.
I think I like Wes Ketchum's position best.
Adam.
Well, I can't agree with McCarless, even though I was going to say West. So I'm going to have to say somebody else. I'm going to give a slight edge to Isaac here. I think that if anybody is going to have an opportunity to stab on this board, it's going to be Isaac. And he could potentially profit from that if he does it at the right time.
And I'm going to go with Karthik with the theory that this game is heading towards a lock, and Karthik's going to be able to grind down just the one or two centers from Russia that he's going to need to come out with a very small top. All right.
I think if this game locks, there will be a shared top. I'll make that as my other prediction.
Yeah.
We've got a fleet and army from Isaac. We've got an army from Karthik in Austria, disband from France in Gascony and Picardy. We bid farewell to Rano. Thank you for joining us, Rano. Hope the rest of the season goes slightly better for you than this game. And moving on to spring 1905, McCallus.
I really like that army build from England, even though it looks like they don't necessarily have enough fleets. With the position around MAO and Italy getting in already, yeah, they may have a problem there, but this extra army on the continent is the way that you get stronger growth in the long run. So they've got the convoy straight across, and yet it's Wes Ketchum who gets everything here. Like, what a turn this is for Wes. Walks into the mid-Atlantic Ocean for free, which is glorious. Does cost him Tunis, so there are swings and roundabouts to that, because France now has a walk into Tunis, but Wes has got Marseille, and he's got the ability to take Spain. Maybe not. It depends whether France decides to cover Paris. For Karthik, he just pushes up to the line. Again, this is why I prefer Wes's position to Karthik's, just because Wes is the one moving forwards. Karthik, he isn't, but this is also Karthik, and I wouldn't be that shocked if he stabbed now as a result, because now him and Germany are sort of locked up, but also not threatening each other that directly. This is a moment Karthik could choose, actually, maybe it's time to change tats. And I noticed Sevastopol back in the Black Sea. Who is that there to help?
Augustia in France. I love you, man. I love what you've been doing in this game. I love the effort you've been playing, but I want you to learn something, and I hope you're watching this. Imagine you had ordered Brest to Mid-Atlantic. Spain supported Brest to Mid-Atlantic in this position. Wow, what a difference that would have made. Just such an incredible difference that would have made in this position. You got England supporting you from Portugal to Spain. You're in North Atlantic, and instead of losing the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, you're in the Mid-Atlantic. You've got a position to potentially retake Portugal. You're going to get Tunis, maybe get Tunis.
Well,
Uh,
if that had happened, then Mid-Atlantic obviously would still be in Western Med, and there wouldn't be that walk into Tunis. So you look at the French position, and actually, do they need to be in Mid-Atlantic? They sort of want England and Italy to be fighting each other. Let them have Mid-Atlantic.
I don't know.
It's not
I don't know.
necessarily going to work, but there is an argument you can make here because now France has that walk into Tunis, and if they can make some correct guesses elsewhere.
If you like being a pirate, it's great. But I mean, if you like holding your home centers, I'm not sure it's the best place to be.
Well, to stab or not to stab, that is the question for Karthik. Michalis, what happens?
He does not stab. He makes a move on Russia, which Russia sees coming. So credit to Percy there. That Black Sea fleet now walks into Bulgaria. Okay, it's only a trade of dots, but this is another really nice turn for Wes Ketchum as a result, because he gains Constantinople, which you would assume is by agreement. Karthik is staying even. He's up Oh no, Karthik's got a disband. Wow. That's, yeah. Great turn for Wes again.
Why does Karthik have a disband? He's up Romania. He's down
Con as well. So
what's
he's
his
down
other? What does he do? What's the second one? He's down.
Bulgaria and
Bulgaria.
Constantinople
Yes.
both
Okay.
go.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's
So that's. I mean, okay, he's got some excess armies he can pull, but if he's trying to make the push into the Russian dots, this is not a time you want to be pulling those excess armies. For Wes, he gains Constantinople, gains Marseille. Yes, he's lost Tunis, but now he has at least got the ability to put a fleet down and contain that French unit, and he's just gaining more and more position because England's pushed into Mid-Atlantic without covering North Atlantic, and now there's an Italian raider up the lines over there as well. So for Wes, this is, if he can navigate the next year or two, Wes's potential on this board is now so much higher than anybody else's.
Absolutely. You're across the line there with that fleet up and now. That makes such a huge difference. Yeah.
You're across the line, and your ally no longer has the excess units to make a good stab on you because he had to disband Vienna. And as we see, Karthik does get into Sevastopol, does get into Bulgaria. All right, that's Karthik's getting back into a decent position, but momentum-wise, it's quite interesting. England moving straight down to Western Med. Who's this actually coming to attack?
I think it's probably a sensible thing to do, right? You're going to make your play on Spain in the fall, probably, is my guess. Better off being down there than doing it from the Mid-Atlantic. I don't know, but I suspect that Karthik and Wes are going to Care Bear this and work together in this game. They're probably going to try to jockey for a board top, one or the other, but I don't think they're going to stab each other in this game. That's, maybe close to the end, they're going to try to do it to get one up on the other, but I don't think we're going to see any sort of devastating, like game-changing level stab in this game. That's my prediction right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Wes necessarily needs to. He's got a 50-50 guess on Norway and Edinburgh, or maybe it's not 50-50 if St. Petersburg covers Norway, but then Russia might walk into St. Petersburg. So there are a lot of guesses that Isaac has to make this turn just because of that one unit that's behind his lines.
Yeah.
And if Wes can guess correctly and get another build and contain the med situation, he's going to be in a really nice spot. And if he doesn't, he's now got an excuse. Oh, Con's got to come to Aegean. I've got to deal with these fleets that have come out. Oh, I know it gives me 2 units on Bulgaria and a unit next to Greece, but it's got to be done. Sorry, Karthik, I've got nowhere else. I've got no other option. And Karthik has to agree to that.
DBN mega fan Chris Kelly calling out classic Italian play, as I've said before, and that I want to agree with. This is textbook Italian AI, and love to see it.
Well, it's an AI where you've got Italy having all 3 Turkish centers. That's the kind of AI I want to play.
Yeah. I mean, elsewhere this turn, England's convoys back to Edinburgh. That's a clever way to defend Edinburgh. I do like that. Now you don't lose North Sea, which is obviously what Wes was trying to do. So outguesses Wes there, really well done. The good bounce between England and Germany and Norway also covers out the St. Petersburg threat. For Karthik, he's up 2. He's pretty much killed off Russia. he doesn't yet have the ability to force Moscow because Germany bounced Galicia, so that was well done by Germany. But for Karthik, yeah, this is a good year for Karthik, and not quite as good a turn for West because he didn't get the guess up north, and now his fleet is a little bit isolated.
Karthik is +1-2
Two.
right now, which is really quite excellent for Austria. Putting 2 armies down really shores up the power of Austria. That's really a great position to be in with 8 dots.
2 armies? After last game, I'm expecting a fleet in Trieste and
No,
Orange.
no, Karthik's not going to do that here. No.
two armies and able to build them both, which is always often a difficulty for Austria at this point in the game.
It would be spicy to build a fleet here, but I don't think that's happening.
We do not. We actually have a wave, it looks like.
Sure.
How do you feel about that, Michaelis?
I'm not going to say anything because I play Austria in a game later that you're going to cover. Let Adam cover this.
I'll tell you, Brian. My opinion is it's Karthik getting a little clever. I mean, why not put the second army in Budapest? You've got extra support up to Galicia and all that kind of thing. I think he's getting a little clever here, and I don't think he needs to wave here.
Yeah, I don't think I'd wave when you're not in Galicia and Germany has 2 units on it.
Yeah, I don't like it in this position. I understand it. I bet Wes was lobbying for it, but
as long as you're not building in Trieste, right? What does Wes care if he builds another army in Budapest?
This year, sort of everything moving around. I mean, Norwegians supporting Edinburgh to Norway is, I believe that's happened. That's quite interesting. Is this just I've got nothing better to do with that unit, or is this the start of something? The fact that England's gone up there, are they going to try something on Germany now? Perhaps you've got to have that in the back of your mind. Also, if you're Jason, because you don't like to see that Italian support. So psychologically, even if that is a pointless thing and you did have nothing better to do, you've now just put maybe that tiny seed of doubt into Jason Bennett's mind, which might be enough to get him to pull back. Although whether that's actually good for Wes or not, I'm less sure. The fleets and the med sort of all stay in the same position, except for Wes getting 1 forwards. Yeah, not an awful lot happened this turn, other than that one little unit up there.
I wonder if we're going towards some sort of a draw here, where the English are going to put the Italians into Tunis, and we're going to kind of wrap this up pretty quick. Maybe not, but seems to be maybe something like, oh, why?
England.
Why?
Is this a deal? Is this, as you say, them arranging a draw so that England goes, because Italy is now up to the same amount of centres as Karthik. Germany is also on the same amount of centres as Karthik. Is this a three-way shared board top 8-8-8?
I kind of hate to see it go this way, right? I mean, if you're going to try to arrange some kind of game ending, why are you giving up your home centers? But I'm imagining this is going to end right here.
Well, also, if you're Karthik, do you accept the draw now that you've taken Silesia and Germany suddenly spread themselves out this much?
Yeah, that's pretty nuts, huh?
Now Karthik can break in and take Warsaw and Moscow from this position.
Last season, we did not have a...
Oh, yeah, I mean, the Germany, Austria can now take the rest of Russia, or Moscow, Warsaw, certainly. Wow. I mean, I can't understand any reason why you do that as England, unless this is some sort of agreed.
Yeah, that's like the only possible explanation I can come up is that was the deal, and I do notice that it gives an 8-8-8. Maybe this was I want to draw, but yeah,
man.
If you're Karthik, do you take the draw because now you've got 10 on the table?
Well, let's see. You got to do builds, but do you take the draw? Do we have spring 1908 orders or not?
Michaelis, does it draw?
I don't think Karthik draws.
No, does not. We play on.
I think that was the agreement the previous term, but yeah, this is Karthik's going to walk up. He's got Warsaw. Moscow is not actually as takeable as it should be. I don't particularly like the rum to Sev there instead of to Ukraine. I think that is a small error on his part, because now the Moscow position is reinforceable, and with Silesia being piffed as well, this has actually not gone as well as it should have done. If Germany can re-establish a line, all right, they're down Warsaw, but it's not down as much as it could have been. England takes Edinburgh. Italy does the obvious retreat to Yorkshire instead of Norwegian Sea. You're still tying up 2 English units. France takes Portugal, which is exciting. France has changed tack, and the EG has also tried to stab France at the same time. So France has obviously seen that coming. So well sniffed out by Agastier on that front. For Wes, he now gets Spain for free, and he'll keep it, and he'll get Tunis. So Karthik obviously had a reason to draw. Maybe Wes also had a reason to draw.
Isn't Wes thinking right here that maybe I should be taking Greece, like not as a stab on Karthik, but as a balancing move kind of situation? I mean, I guess you're going to retake Tunis here. You're taking Spain. You can hold Spain, so maybe you don't need to do that with Karthik taking 1 and you're taking 2. So, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not totally jazzed about the situation of if it is Karthik who's prolonging the game here. I'm not totally jazzed about that if I'm wrong. And here it is.
Karthik is paying the price, because that is, if you're agreeing to give up Greece, this is not how you do it.
No, not by,
there is no way
Karthik. Not with an army convoy from Marseille.
Yeah, bounce in Venice. This is Wes making a move.
Yeah.
He's taking a big chance. He's obviously got a deal with France, because not only does he not take Tunis to make sure this happens, he doesn't even defend Spain, despite France having 3 units on it. He walked out of Marseille while France walks the other way. Yeah. This looks like Wes has got Agastier onto his side, and Karthik's misplay of that spring means he doesn't even keep Warsaw. So from a position where it looked like Karthik should be turning a draw down, he's actually down centres, pushed back on every front, and with a massive Italian threat. So Wes, what a turn. What a year.
Maybe it's Wes who voted it down.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe they both did.
Wes follows that up with Army Venice. We've got a fleet in Liverpool from Isaac in England, and Army Kiel from Jason Bennett. Disband from France in Tunis. Everything coming up Wes Ketchum right now. Can anyone stop him? 1909.
They can if he decides not to attack Karthik. He's I went to Greece, now I'm going back the other way. Interesting call. I don't hate him pushing the fleets west, pushing the armies west at least. I'm not sure I'd have left Greece by army. I think if you're trying to take Spain, the fleet's fine there. He's got the walk into Tunis for sure, though. I think it does look like France had clearly chosen that he wants Italy to top rather than anybody else, or they want Italy to top, sorry. Karthik now gets back into Silesia. He's sort of back where he was 3 turns earlier. Maybe this time he'll play it correctly, but this time Germany's up in Livonia and can defend that position in the east a lot more easily. So he's still paying the price for that turn of missed momentum.
Totally puzzled by some of the choices here, but again, with no knowledge of the diplomatic situation, it's really hard to judge as an armchair diplomat. I would have loved to see Ionian to Aegean rather than that long, crazy convoy, so that Karthik really has a position to. So that Wes really has a position on Karthik to do something interesting come the fall. But maybe that's still there.
Yeah.
So we've got comment from Jack the Ripper in comments. Trieste, Serbia would have been a board top. Michalis, do you agree with that? Maybe that with combined with the move to Aegean?
Not actually necessarily, because I think you look at this position, we didn't really say it, but Germany also built last year. Germany's on 9. Germany has had a game-long ally in England. Maybe Wes has decided, and Karthik's agreeing, that Karthik can't top, but I have to outreach Germany. So maybe that is what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with going to Trieste there and completely, throwing Karthik under the bus is then what are you going to cover Venice with, right? I mean, you got to take a guess from that position. So it's not the greatest situation ever. I'm just, here it is. you just have more options from this position. And here you go to Serbia. I mean, again, if you were an AG in there, maybe you can bounce some further things. But go ahead, McCullough.
Yeah, and that extra turn of holding off on Karthik takes Moscow, taking a dot away from Italy's rival for the board top. So maybe that was really well calculated by Wes. He held off a year. Karthik keeps attacking Germany. Germany's down a dot. It looks like the EG have broken up. Yorkshire being pulled off the table sort of smells like England is now the one who's cut a deal with Italy. France is supporting Italy forward to Gascony. This looks like all the minor powers have chosen Wes Ketchum to top this board, which is a huge diplomatic win. And going +3, now it's hard to see how this isn't an Italian board top.
Losing Yorkshire is awesome for Wes, right? Because it allows him to rebuild it back home where he needs it. So now, if anything's weird's going on, he can put down 2 armies and a fleet. He's got just such a great position to hold his stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is Wes's game to win.
Yeah, that one turn of hesitation on Karthik, just the fact that Germany can't race him anymore. That's what he got from not going in spring, and boom, pays off massively.
We've got a fantastic mix of units, armies and fleets for Italy, something you like to see if you are the Italian, and that's where the game ends. Congratulations, Wes Ketchum, an 11-center Italian board top. Germany comes in second with 8 centers. Karthik comes in Austria with 7 and England with 6. Congratulations to our players. That was a fun one. Adam, what was your takeaway from this game?
Well, I think what was really interesting here, in contrast to the first game, is you had a very strong alliance in EG in the western side of the board, but you saw the eastern half of the board getting its stuff together. You saw an alliance that had the willpower to try to slow that down, and ultimately you had one player who was willing to make a play to get the board top without completely damning the opportunity to prevent the other side from plowing through. I mean, it was really well timed by Wes, and it was really done in a way that enabled him to take a lead that was not winnable by the other side of the board. Often what you see in these 2-on-2s, when you see one player stab, is they do it in such a way that it really just allows the alliance on the other side of the board to plow through, and you're not the one that benefits, it's somebody on the other side of the board that does. But Wes really took his time and did it at the right moment so that he could really guarantee it for himself. So I think hats off to him, but also really some important lessons taken out of this game from that.
Yeah, I think he didn't actually end up taking anything with that Northern Fleet, but the amount of units it just used up by existing quite possibly won him the game, because England never got into position to contest and take Iberia, and Wes was able to then send his units and get there later. And I know I was speaking to Wes last year, we played a game at the end of the season, and he'd been saying that I think he identified a weakness in his game, that he wasn't taking his opportunities. And when we played in that game, he shot his bolt too soon as a result. He was maybe too keen, and this game was absolutely masterfully timed. So absolutely massive kudos to Wes for that. That was really exceptionally well done, especially that final year.
If you are liking this broadcast, please go ahead and give it a like and subscribe. We are so close to 1,000 subscribers. For those of you who aren't aware, YouTube kind of starts making money off of a channel once it hits about 1,000 subscribers. So they tend to start promoting it more, and we get some cool features like being able to do polls and stuff like that. So we're really trying to make a push for that 1,000 subscriber hit. So if you are able to do so and you're enjoying what you're watching, please take the time, give it a thumbs up, put in a comment, share the broadcast, subscribe. And thank you all for chat. We've got a nice active broadcast going tonight. And Adam, I think it is your turn for a break, if I remember right. So we'll say farewell to Adam, bring Mr. Hood back to the stream. David, welcome back.
Glad to be here. That was a fun game to watch there towards the end, particularly.
The good Italian play. When I first started in the hobby, Italy did not have a great reputation, and I have been kind of an Italian fanboy ever since, because I just kind of liked playing the underdog. And now that is not the case at all. It is regarded, especially in the hands of a skilled player, as one of the better powers to play. But it's still always fun for me to watch a good Italian play, and that's what we saw from West in that game. All right, next up we have game 126, Wallabies. And in Austria, we've got Trevor Coleman from Toronto, Canada. England, New York's Johnny Gillam. France, we have the return of Roni Mordanov from Israel. Germany, we've got Cedric Williams from New York as well. Italy, we've got Andre Yannico from Lisbon. And Russia, Brandon Dix from California. And Turkey, the one and only Tim Crosby from Interlaken, Florida. David, why don't you talk us through these players?
Well, other than Trevor, these are players that we've all seen in past seasons. I don't know that we've seen Trevor in past seasons. Glad he's here playing with us. Cedric is a player who does a lot of online play, hasn't done a lot of virtual, but is wanting to try it more. So I'm glad to see him here. He's one of two Diplo Rats. That's the New York City Diplomacy Club. Two Diplo Rats on this same board. So we'll see, and on the same side of the board. So we'll see what that means.
I think it's also important to note that Roni and Andre are both playing their second game, and in their first game, they were the AT that stabbed each other all game. So will that play?
Bygones will be bygones, surely.
We shall see. David, take us through spring of 1901.
That French opening is one that is popular in some circles where you're moving both the armies, but you're not really, doing anything completely offensive in terms of Belgium per se. So that's interesting. But then Johnny jumps right in the channel. Thank you, Roni, for leaving the channel open. What else do we have? The Russians opening has become a fairly standard one where your army basically stays in Smyrna. And we've got the bounce in Galicia this time, the hold in Venice. So nothing particularly noteworthy other than the English grabbing the English channel.
Yeah, 3 games, 3 units in the English channel in spring 1901. Love to see it.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is the influence of the Cicero bot. That's a move that Cicero tended to do more often than most human players. But many skilled human players would say England should be in the channel more often than it does.
There's an entire episode of the old Diplomacy podcast in which Chris Martin argues for more than an hour about why each of those two powers should want to go in the English channel a lot more than they do.
And anyone who watched the DBNI last month knows England should be moving to the channel a lot more often than they were.
Yeah. Fall turn. Oh my gosh. We've got fireworks. Munich was German. Now it's French. Brest was French. Now it's English. That is really amazing. And the Germans take Belgium. So that is an outstanding West. I cannot wait to see how that turns out. In the East, the Austrians self-bouncing in Trieste is an interesting situation there. That shows a lack of trust with respect to the Italians. And because of that, the Russians have gotten into Galicia, as we can see.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of AI beating RT in general because people have learned how to play the AI perfectly, and in that situation, tactically, AI can beat RT. For RT, this is brilliant. This is how RT wins because there's not that trust, and Turkey's got the ability to put 2 fleets into the Med next turn. Russia's got 2 units on Budapest already. This could be really, really bad for Trevor and Andre.
I wonder what Roni thought that English Channel was going to do. Maybe go to Belgium. Maybe that's what he thought.
Well, we get a Fleet London Army Eddie from Johnny, so not overcommitting. We've got Marseille and Paris from France, which seems pretty reasonable considering this situation. In rounding out the West, Cedric builds Fleet Kiel Army Berlin, and Andre builds Fleet Naples, Tim builds Fleet Smyrna, and Army St. Pete for Brandon Dix. David, how do they use these builds?
Well, the English actually are not just making some bonsai attack against the French. They're actually leaving Brest. Probably made some kind of deal with France here because they decided they were going to try to convoy up to it. They tried to convoy to Norway to support the move to Finland there. The Germans have gone whole hog east, which I also think is interesting. This may be some kind of overall deal because Munich to Silesia, Berlin to Prussia cannot be a coincidence. So there's some kind of deal going on here in the West. This game is totally fascinating. In the East, it's much more conventional. You've got the supported attack on the Aegean from AI, and you've got otherwise sort of moving units around in the infamous RT versus AI slog.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed the Sweden bounce last turn, and I noticed it in the builds phase, and it suddenly triggered a small little memory of Nicolas Sarhoudet and his perfect Western triple theory, where you do a Western triple where France doesn't have Brest, where Germany has Belgium. You do it essentially exactly like this, and now all of a sudden, just that one Sweden bounce, and then obviously these moves as well. I'm looking at it and thinking maybe this was all arranged from the very start.
It's got to be.
Well, it makes me smile, and I agree. We could have, is it Northern Africa on the brain? Because it sounds very Tripoli. Fall of 1902.
Yeah, I mean, fall 1902, the French are in Tyrrhenian Sea and in Warsaw. This is not a game that we have seen tonight or any other night in the last 3 years of VDL. We have seen Western triples, but we haven't seen exactly this thing. So this is a quick acting, and of course the Eastern powers realize that. That's why you've got Bohemia, Tyrolia, Piedmont. I mean, they're trying to get back. The Turks are going to Ionian to help. I mean, they're trying to get back. These are players that know what's happening here. But wow, have the triple players gotten an advantage. Now, as is always true with triples, do they all get an equal advantage? And if that doesn't work equally, who gets dissatisfied? Right now, what is England getting out of it? Not anything yet.
Yeah, I mean, the East have rallied together. You'd assume Greece is arranged. Italy, therefore, gets to build another fleet in Rome to deal with this. Turkey's been allowed forwards. This is really nice for Tim, even though he's still on 4. Nobody's ever going to be taking him out of this game, I think, from this position. He can sit there patiently and coordinate things. For Russia, it's really, really bad. This is a horrendous position for Brandon Dix, to the point where if I'm the rest of the Eastern powers, I'm already looking at Russia and going, is he dead anyway? Can we just take his dots? Because this is, yeah, with Warsaw gone, Sweden gone, you're on 4 centres, your units are spread out horrifically. I think retreating Sweden to Skagerrak was a big mistake. It's very rare you'll hear me argue to pull a fleet off the board, but God, you need to pull that fleet off the board and rebuild it.
You really do. And maybe the East would be tempted to kill the Russians, but I think that would be short-sighted also. The Russians are literally the tip of the spear. And what you might want to do is kill that fleet in the spring so that it can be rebuilt in the fall if they can afford the units to do that.
Yeah, that's true.
Third place VDL finisher from last season and current King of Britain, Tim Crosby, said calling out Western Triple when Germany went fleet keel. So definitely see the East adjusting, but will it be enough? We've got continued triple builds from the West. We've got the response with the builds in the East. We've got the fleet in Skag being disbanded. That's got to be tough for the Eastern powers. What happens in spring of 03?
North Africa, for sure. Munich, because I guess they didn't afford to cover it because Kiel went to Denmark instead of down to Munich, which I think is an interesting order that Cedric has made there. Now, maybe it doesn't matter because he can't keep Munich. I'm not sure, but the French actually got into Silesia with support. The Russians have gone down to Moscow with support, just letting the army into St. Pete. Probably okay. It was going to go it was eventually going to fall anyway. You can't hold St. Pete from the south, as everybody knows. Otherwise, do we have any indication that there's going to be any change in tack yet? I don't think so.
That Denmark move's the first sign of distrust in this Western Triple for sure, and the fact that it's let Austria into Munich. Yeah, all right, it's very easy to kick Austria back out of Munich, but if France decides not to play ball, now there could be a time for a France-Austria deal of some kind from this situation. Because Germany cannot take Munich back without the French. And if France decides instead, oh yeah, I'll support you into Munich, and just walks into Belgium, that's now a possibility for Rodi this turn. It looks like Romania was being pulled down to Bulgaria to do what he said about blowing the fleet up and rebuilding it as an army. But unfortunately, for that to happen, you need to not be losing a centre in St. Pete. So
I guess Tunis is now lost to the east because Turanian can hit Ionian, and then they've got Tunis.
Yep.
But knowing that, the Turks go into the Tyrrhenian Sea, moving the Italians back out. So, I mean, the East is still trying to do what it can. Let's see what's happening in here. So they do kick the Austrians out. They do allow the Austrians go into Silesia, kill that Russian army. So there's some good tactics going on here, frankly, on both sides, I would argue. Some really coordinated tactics, which you can do if you already have these sort of set alliance structures in fall of 1903. You have time to work out moves, instead of just having it all about negotiations about alliance structures.
Yeah, that piff on the Silesian army is really nice for the East in terms of sort of resetting. And for now, the Western momentum is halted. Yes, Tunis has fallen, but so what? It was only an army there that was piffed. The fleet position is good for them. Turkey has interestingly decided actually they're willing to go down a centre to save Russia from going down the centre. Not entirely sure I'd have made that call in their position. English Channel, that's a very interesting place to be putting a fleet for England.
Yeah, so obviously the question with the Western trip, there's many questions about the long-term viability of Western triples. I can't stand them myself. But here's one reason they're unstable is, what is England actually supposed to do? They have one front, which is Moscow and Livonia. That's it. What are they supposed to do with the rest of their stuff? It's just too tempting. They have to go around the French. We'll see what happens.
I mean, I'm looking at it and seeing Belgium and Holland and an English army about to be put down, and even though,
but not everybody's quite as covetous as you are, McCarles.
Except for perhaps Johnny Gillum, who does put the army down. We've got fleet in Marseille, so no response from the French in that. Maybe okay with that. We've got the disband from Tim Crosby of the army in Smyrna, spring 04.
See, there's not covetous. He's just continuing his army pumping into Russia. That's what he's doing.
In spring, we'll see. If you're making that move, you're making it in autumn. So we'll see. I'll keep my prediction is that Belgium and Holland go English at the end of this year.
All right, Ruhr to Munich was probably a defensive move, right? It was intended to make sure the Austrians couldn't take it that direction. So they're going to work something out about that at the Western. If I ever play this French position like this, would somebody please wake me up, because I'm in some kind of stupor? Because you're so far out of position to do anything if your allies want to do something to you. It's one of the reasons why this is such a dangerous thing to do. Russians have taken Warsaw. The Germans have taken Munich. The English could be taking some other stuff in the future. So anyway, we'll see what happens here. But otherwise, I don't think there's any change in alliance structure that we can see yet in the spring.
I think the fact that Turkey's fleet is now in Tuscany is actually a massive problem for Roni, in that if he decides, well, I'm not going any further forward, which he isn't, and he tries to call something off, now Turkey is no longer in a good position to attack Italy and come to any sort of arrangement with Roni. So the fact that Turkey's up there is really nice for Andre, because Turkey, yes, there's a possible war to Greece, but that fleet is out of position pretty much forever. So Rodi is restricted heavily in his diplomatic options, even though tactically, whether it was Turkish or Italian, looks no different.
He's also fairly restricted in his tactical options. Actually,
Calling out run. Wait for a moment, Man of Steel. Love getting the inside scoop from our players. Fall of 1904.
That's another guy that got piffed in Livonia, right? Was that a French army that had retreated from Warsaw? So now they do get Munich back, which I think was the deal. I don't think there's been no alliance structure change here. The English armies have been pumped now into Livonia and St. Pete and Finland. It's clearly still Western play. The Turks do get that, killing the Russian fleet thing going in Bulgaria to get their build. which I think was part of the overall deal with the Russians. So anyway, I don't think there's anything drastically changed here. When you have stalemate line fights, when you've got these big triple versus triple or triple versus quadruple fights, the real key thing for you learning players is figure out how to piff, how to dislodge and eliminate opposing armies that are on the line. We've got that happening both directions in this particular turn.
I'll say that the Bohemia Pith is not quite as important because Austria gets to instantly rebuild it, and because this is autumn. But this is at the point where it's almost a complete stalemate. There is a hole in Galicia. There is a hole that will stay there for a little while if the Western Triple can make the charge through it. But if Turkey now pulls Bulgaria up to Romania, and if they do it in a way that swaps the center with Russia, say Sev goes down to Ankh to stay on 4, that hole will be plugged, and at that point it'll be up to everyone on the board to decide, are we drawing or have we had enough of this nonsense?
That's some fun alliance on alliance tactical action right on the line in winter of 1904, very, very early.
Not a game that we have seen in VDL, at least not lately. I mean, a game that I have seen a lot in my years of playing when we used to have more stalemate line fights, but we don't see this much anymore. This is almost an old school game, really.
Just happening way faster than what I've seen. We're probably 2 years plus ahead of what I typically would see. So the question would be, we're probably halfway through our time, if that, maybe not even halfway through. Do we feel like we're going to draw this thing early, or is somebody going to make a move? Who's going to make the move if they do?
The onus is on the West. Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. If it's going to be somebody in the West, it's going to be Johnny, and it's going to be perhaps he will let this thing get into some weird multi-party draw, but I doubt it.
Yeah, Johnny, maybe Roni, because Roni could put another army down and maybe do something to change it up. Nobody in the East is going to change this equation, except if it's very close to the time limit and Tim Crosby starts walking into every single center he can.
Yep. So we'll play Who Do You Like? David, who's your pick to win?
Here's Johnny.
And McCallus.
We're supposed to pick different people.
You don't have to.
Really, really hard to make an argument for anyone other than Johnny. I'll say Tim as the outside chance.
Actually, I agree with that. There is a scenario in which Tim can figure this out at the end of the game. There's definitely a scenario.
Tim rooting for chaos. And spring of 1905, do we have it?
Yes. We don't have chaos. We've got the Western Triple falling apart is what we have, which had to happen. I mean, you can ride that horse for a little while. But anyway, what we've got is Paris to Brest. We've got English to Belgium. We've got North Sea trying to go to Holland. We've got the Germans taking Munich. We've got the Germans leaving the Russian front. We have the English attempting to leave the Russian front. So this is a complete rearrangement. Now, look at Tim. He did do the Romania thing because you got to do that to fill that hole. And now he has the option of not sticking with the deal. So who does he stay with here would be an interesting question. If there's not going to be any more Western Triple, if the German pressure is gone from the East, that potentially makes somebody not important. Is that somebody Austria? Is that somebody Russia? We'll see.
I don't think that this is actually a stab by any of them.
Really? You think this is a rearrangement?
I think the fact that all three of them have somehow made this at the same time, that doesn't happen independently. This stinks of a feint where they all pull back to me. I think this is a try and lure, say, Tim into stabbing. I'm a cynical person by nature, but this
you could be right. As I look at it, you could definitely be right. Yeah.
This smells too much to me.
Although that's a lot of moving back for the Germans. You really go Livonia to St. Pete here? I mean, you still could be right, but gosh, that's a lot of kabuki theater for a time-limited game.
I mean, the problem is, even if it's not, it may have started out as that, and then maybe one of them has decided, I don't like this, which is quite plausible. But just the fact that Roni walks into Brest and then does nothing else remotely anti-English just sets me on I don't quite trust this. He takes Brest and loses Munich. I know England has taken Belgium, so England is actually up for one at Germany's expense, but that's the only change that's happened. And it's quite possible that wasn't supposed to happen. And Johnny started out with some theatre and decided not to go with it.
Maybe this is an EF move against Germany, though, because you do have North Africa supporting Tunis. Maybe this is just a move to kick the Germans out of the deal somehow. I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
That doesn't really make sense either, actually, based on these moves. Gosh.
Whatever it seems to have given the East a little bit of...
well, we didn't say this, but what did Turkey do? Take Serbia and Greece. So they took the bait. If it was bait, they've taken it, thrown in with the Russians.
Yep. But they're not the only ones who did that either, because look, Austria's taken Venice. So it's a terrible turn for Andre Janiko.
Gosh, and he had such a painful game the first round. He's had 2 in a row here.
Army Con.
Nicholas's pick is looking a little more likely at the moment in Tim Crosby. Those 2 builds will definitely help push in that direction. David, what happens in spring of 06?
We've got the Germans sending armies east again. At the same time, they are supported into Belgium. Maybe this is all a bunch of hokum. You could totally be right here, McCarlis, because none of that looks like a true offensive move. This was all intended to allow the East to devour each other, which they're trying to do, while the French fleet stay in position. They actually take Tyrrhenian Sea. Did they try to convoy to Tuscany, or did they misorder? I can't tell what happened there. I guess maybe it was just bounced by Piedmont.
It's misordered. That's not a convoy. That was a support when it should have been. Oh, it was convoy to Naples instead.
Convoy. So it really was a misorder. Did Piedmont go to Tuscany? Well, it couldn't have, because it would have actually gone if it had gone to Tuscany.
Piedmont was supporting it. It looks like Italy has thrown in with the West as punishment for the fact that everybody stabbed it last turn.
Well, that's fair.
But so I think I may have been
probably still is a triple then.
Yeah, I may have been right about the triple and it all being arranged, but I think you were also right in that pulling back from Livonia was a bit too far, because it looks to me like RT are going to be able to rebuild the stalemate line before the end of this game. So
yeah, I thought that was like too much theater. Too much theater.
If it was theater, they got a little bit too clever with it, I think. And it was theater.
Yeah, it clearly was theater. And Cedric is a sort of a long-term alliance player if he can pull it off. So that is his style. Now, I'm not saying that's the only thing he can do, but that is what he likes to do. So this is all just a bunch of elaborate deals. The French convoy into Rome is fun to watch. We've had some big convoys in the last several weeks, haven't we, guys? We've already had a couple of big convoys tonight. We had Brandon's big convoy in the DBNI final. But anyway, what's happening here? The Turks are back in the Ionian. And so, yes, it looks like it was theater, but actually the English have gotten back into Livonia because Moscow didn't do either one. They didn't order St. Pete or Livonia, that seems like a tactical error to me.
Yeah, Moscow should have bounced St. Pete at the least. I think I didn't like Tim's build of an army last year in Con because I felt he needed another fleet. And okay, he now didn't get to rebuild that fleet, but if he had that extra fleet in Eastern Med from this situation, he could hold Ionian Sea. And that army that's been in Con has gone absolutely nowhere. So I think that was an error last year as well. But
yep.
I still look at it. It's 1906. You've maybe got 4 or 5 years left. I can see further growth for Roni in the Med. Johnny obviously has a stab at any point. I don't see where Cedric is getting his growth for the rest of this game.
Yeah, his plan here was not designed to give him an obvious road to the board top.
Yeah.
Roni builds Fleet Marseille. builds Army Sev, Tim builds Fleet Smyrna, and Andre disbands the army in Tyrolia, spring of 1907.
Well, all the French units deploy down to, quote, the front, end quote, which is not anti-German and not anti-English. Johnny goes to Irish Sea. There are no centers in Ireland, Johnny. So that it looks like he is at least biding his time here. Convoy to Prussia to put another English army on the line. They're in Galicia now with the Germans. So interesting. I mean, obviously it was theater. The question I've got is, all right, fine, you got what you wanted, sort of, but do you have time now to take advantage of it in a time-limited game if you're any of the three powers? I mean, maybe Johnny's still got time. Irish is not too far away from coming and doing something more important, more interesting later.
Yeah, the fact that Galicia has fallen is quite bad for the RT, and Ukraine hasn't been filled. Ideally, it would be a Turkish army there, and they never managed to quite arrange it. So they were obviously fooled enough by the feint for the West to get the jump. You're still looking at it and thinking, yeah, maybe they help Cedric take Warsaw, but it's all at England's behest, and England giveth, does England taketh away afterwards.
Yeah, and Trevor's saying he supported the German army into Galicia. So there's a double support there. It's interesting.
But notably,
he didn't need it. Yeah, he didn't need it, but it's interesting that it was given for sure.
It's notable Italy did not support the French into the Ionian Sea.
True. Although he just leaves to give his center to France. So that's another. I mean, again, probably not. That wouldn't matter. You would have to really coordinate a lot for that to matter. And the Austrians were not going to help, apparently. Austrians have thrown in, they're being attacked by RTs. You can't really necessarily blame them if the RT was unable to get Austria back on side. But as you pointed out, the Galicia thing is really, totally unhinges the position. There was nobody in Ukraine. So that means the Russians have lost Warsaw. I mean, the question here is great. Western Triple. This is not an unlimited game, though. So somebody has got to take advantage of this situation. I mean, Roney's obviously ahead at this point. But one of those Western powers, all of those Western powers, have got to be thinking. I'm sure they are thinking, what is this going to mean for me at the end of 1910? Or if this game happens to go into 1911, what does that mean for me personally?
So pressure's probably building in the West, or tension, I should say. We've got an interesting set of builds between France and Germany. David, what are you building if you are France? And then Nicholas, what would you build if you are Germany?
I think France builds a defensive army Brest and says, I'm with you, Johnny. I'm doing my thing in this triple. I'm just making sure that you can't do anything screwy with me. Now, that's if you want to be sort of passive, but frankly, Roney might be able to be passive and win this game.
I think for Germany, you can't put a fleet down. There is no justification that lets you put a fleet down, and you don't want to be seen as the first person who breaks this triple in case the other two gang up on you. So it's got to be an army, and it's got to be Army Munich. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Got a wave from France and Army Munich. I
understand the theory behind that, but I don't agree with it.
I don't like it.
Army Brest is not remotely harmful to anybody. And so, gosh.
I mean, Roney's pushing his fleets forward here. Okay, cool. You can get Ionian Sea. It's 1908. So what? That's my question to that, is that yes, I think he's already sort of at a maximalist position in the Mediterranean, except yes, he can take Venice, which he could have done without doing it this convoluted way with 20,000 fleets. But I don't think even if you take Ionian before the end of this game, you get any further than Ionian. So I don't think it's actually a critical stalemate line, even though normally you say, oh, you've got to hold the Ionian Sea at all costs. I look at this and say, Turkey loses the Ionian Sea, so what?
All right, what kind of theater is going on now with Denmark to North Sea and North Sea to Helgoland? I am a theater person. I have been on stage many times. I do not understand what the point of that theater is.
They can't stab each other because they're guaranteed to be taking each other's dots. England walks to Denmark, Germany walks to Edinburgh. Neither of them gets to stab the other because they're already arranging it that they're taking each other's dots.
Okay.
Mutually assured destruction.
Wow.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
can't-
So we're
you
back,
can't
we're back
change
to the
tack
Cold
from-
War then. All right.
Yeah, you can't change tack from the plan.
Oh,
Or
you're
you can
killing
do
the
that.
German fleet is what you're doing. Okay. Well, that at least I understand that. Again, if I'm Germany, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand what that means. I get that one. Don't need the fleets. You already defeated the East. The fleets are totally superfluous. So you kill them.
All right, sure.
Is this a race, or are they going to just make a three-way board top at the end?
I mean, I look at the fact that England and Germany both did that makes me think that neither of them are doing anything that they're playing for a shared board top. France, on the other hand, might not. We'll see. But
I don't know. That's what that whole waving was about.
yeah,
So-
but France can change their mind in the final year. I'm highly unconvinced England and Germany are going to now.
Man,
I am also.
the amount of tension in the West right now, this is ridiculous.
Maybe there's none, Brian. Maybe
Yeah,
there's no tension.
Is there any tension? Like, are those the moves you make if you're tense?
I mean, no, but kudos to the players. Like, that's either insanely high amounts of trust that is ill placed, or they've just all got ice water and they're just playing a game of I trust the other person in this kind of situation. They're on the board. They're the ones playing it. But man, I wouldn't be comfortable with this at all.
I mean, I definitely wouldn't be comfortable with England putting Army Edinburgh down, but there's been so many moves in this game that I go, well, I wouldn't like that, and nothing's happened. They've just carried on regardless. Hey, yeah, maybe England's convoying to Denmark, and that army that's in Edinburgh now is going to end this game in like Sevastopol or something, and that wouldn't shock me either.
You know, we
Baltic.
haven't seen very many games like this in VDL. We're just complete. We have seen some, but not recently, where you've got this long term. Let's just kill everybody and never even consider stabbing kind of thing. That's been a while since we've seen one of these, and usually it's been an Eastern triple, not a Western triple that we've seen. All right, moves wise, if the Austrians are going to help you, then the Western triple is really strong, and they have been helping, and they're continuing to help. I mean, there's really just not anything. This is just a tactical exercise. And the question here is not, can the West beat up on RT? They've already beat the crap out of them. The answer is, what is that going to mean for the end of the game? We can almost sort of move forward and see.
What really matters is what year this game times out, because we don't know that because it's a variable. It's a 6.5 hour limit rather than a set year. And at the moment, England is the one who's behind the other two, but also France has a guaranteed walk into Venice. England no longer has any stab on France. If Roney gets greedy at the end, he's got the ability to take it if it's this year. But if it's next year, maybe Cedric's got it, because Budapest and Vienna. Johnny is running out of time unless he's given a centre this year. And if it's an arranged thing, you're still giving him a centre this year.
I mean, he can still walk into things.
Yeah.
Not if you go to Norwegian and let the Germans in the North Sea, though. I guess you can kill you can kill that fleet too. Gosh. Wow. Austrians take Serbia because that's what you do. Which means the Austrians are going to be playing one short, by the way, which is exactly what this game needs, is the Austrian puppet playing one short. I don't know. This is what happens when you've got an alliance that can really get the jump on you. Kudos for the whole theater thing in 1906, I believe it was.
Yeah.
That certainly convinced me. Did not convince McCarles, but convinced me, and convinced Tim Crosby that the thing was getting ready to fall apart, or at least convinced him that he had the breathing room to take a shot. Maybe he wasn't sure, but he thought he had the breathing room to take a shot and get big in the game. It's not going to turn out for him. It looked like.
I do look at that bounce in Brest and wonder how arranged it was, because the fact that nobody gave England a centre that year does surprise me, even from the triple perspective of they're not stabbing each other. I would have expected England to be given something, even if it's just Belgium from the Channel. Maybe it was supposed to be Brest, but the fact that France isn't building anything suggests not.
France and there's 3 builds on this board, none of which actually are placed in spring of 1910. Just as a reminder for our viewers, in the Virtual Diplomacy League, games are time limited. The typical amount of time that they go to is between 1909 and 1911. I think technically it's possible to get to 1912 if players are really moving quickly. That's very unusual. Most games end in 1910. So if games end on average time, this will be the last year. So with that being said, David, your prediction, this ends in a 2-way draw, 3-way draw, or does someone make the move and top the sport?
It looks to me like they have decided they're going to do a 3-way board top. That's what it looks to me like. I think that's what they're going to do. Maybe somebody will surprise me here, but gosh, they sure have. They've now convinced me that their earlier thing was too convincing. In other words, they convinced me of something that was wrong before, but I think they're convincing me something now that is right, which is they're going to end as a 3-way board top.
Michalis, do you agree?
I believe England will play for a 3-way board top. I believe Germany will play for a 3-way board top. I am not entirely convinced France is playing for a 3-way board top.
Oh, let me rephrase this though. It's a 3-way board top if they can arrange it correctly.
Yeah,
If it relies on Germany taking something and they don't take it because they guess wrong or something, then Germany's going to end up one short or something. That's a possibility.
I'm still not 100% that Roney isn't just playing this out and then just stabbing in the final turn, or even if he doesn't have to stab, just not doing what's agreed in the single final turn of the game.
All right, Germany losing Budapest. I mean, the guy gets piff. Why does he get piff? Because the Austrians have supported there.
Austria's changed sides.
Is that right?
Trieste to Albania with Turkish support.
Oh, gotcha. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, that could actually end up with Cedric being one short, like I said earlier, because he may not be able now to get the center that he was supposed to get to make this turn out right.
And whether England will accept that, hey, I don't have to give you anything, or Johnny say, no, I've played for a shared board top. I'm not going to play one less because
I'm not even sure what would they give Cedric now except Moscow's about the only thing, because he's not in the North Sea, they can't even just give him something.
Yep.
So this is probably not what they were expecting, and thus Germany's going to end up on the short end of the stick. In fact, he loses both those centers because Austria said, that stuff's well. I guess he takes Trieste though.
But England
and
still
he
takes
loses
Belgium.
All right, so Johnny said, "Yeah, you're out."
Yeah, it was your misplay. I'm not going to go down with you.
And the game ends with a 2-way top between England and France. Tale as old as time in the Virtual Diplomacy League, but not told the way that we normally get there. Michalis, I'll go to you. What is your take on this game?
There was a lot of theatre. It worked to quite a high degree, but I think it wasn't the most efficient way to do it. And in the end, a little bit too much theatre. And that's why Germany's ended up that one bit short and not got in to the 3-way top. It was really well arranged. I can understand why Russia and Turkey fell for it. Most people are not as pessimistic and cynical as I am. But yeah,
I totally fell for it. I totally fell for it.
Well, I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to add Adam.
He's going to add Adam in mid-sentence.
Too quick, yes. Add Adam. Y'all will just quickly recap that game, kind of talk about what you've seen so far, and plug Whipping and Dixicon. I'll be right back.
I was impressed by the triple in that game, to be honest. And not just because they fooled me there, but because this shows you the power. If you can get the jump on the other side of the board, you have now limited the number of people who can board top to the 3 of you. Instead of having 5 potential people who have a shot, you're now down to 3. And so the question I've got is whether Johnny or Roney could have made sure it was won. And certainly Johnny could have, I think, and maybe Roney could have. But I was impressed by their play there. I really was. All three of them, frankly.
I watched. I mean, I was watching you guys cover that. I think it was interesting, and I don't think there's anything wrong with following through with a plan that gets you safely to a position where you're potentially in position to either tie or win for a lead, right? There's nothing wrong with that. That's smart play when it comes down to it. If you know you're going to be in position to at least have a shot at it. Just because you don't get it at the end doesn't mean you've completely failed. You've put yourself in position, and yeah, you want to ultimately be able to reach for it and take it when it comes, but it's not a bad outcome for any of the three of them.
All that being said, though, I'm sorry, McCarlos. All that being said, Germany is always vulnerable in that frickin' triple. And this is a good example. It's just so hard for them to get what they want. For the triple to really work, Germany has to be in a commanding position so that the stab couldn't possibly happen like what happened at the end where Johnny said, I think I'm taking that, Belgium.
I also look at it, I know that said a lot in the comments that it was Austria who decided that Germany didn't get to be as part of that three-way top. I wonder whether there were any sneaky little messages from England or France that maybe greased the wheels just slightly, because in this scoring system, a three-way board top is essentially not a board top, whereas a two-way board top is not as good as solo, but there is a step difference above a three-way or above not topping. So who knows? Maybe one or both of England or France slightly greased the wheels on Austria, or just suggested incorrect or poor tactical moves to Germany to make that happen, and that was sort of planned throughout. Maybe it was always going to be a two-way. Maybe they didn't know which two it was going to be, but some people, again, this is the cynic in me talking, some people may have planned this to be a two-way top or saw an opportunity late on to make it that way.
That much having been said, I'm still impressed with how it worked, how they made it work, how they made the theater work. I thought that was all very impressive, and I know Cedric was partially behind it because he's really good at that kind of collaboration.
And I think you're probably right, McCarlos. I mean, I don't think anybody's going in this saying like, "Yay, let me get a three-way board top" or "Let me get a shared board top." I think these are players who have played enough, of this sort of league game that they know the value of getting a solo top, and they're going for it. But on the other hand, they're saying, you know what? If I'm not going to get a solo top, I'm going to get a tie top because I'm going to make sure that I do the very best that I possibly can, and I'm going to put myself in a position to do that. And I think Johnny and even Cedric, I mean, I think they did a reasonable job of at least putting themselves in that position at the end of the game. And it didn't work out for all of them, but it wasn't a terrible result for any.
Well, I appreciate the creative play. That was certainly not a set of moves that we see every game. And also, similarly, East did a fantastic job of spotting it and reacting to it. So, quality play across the board, very entertaining game. I am always a fan of playing diplomacy in different ways, and this is a different kind of game. It was really fun for us to watch. McCallis, thank you for letting me have a break. It is your turn for a break, and we'll see you later in the broadcast. And we're going to go to our next game in just a moment. Just a quick reminder, if you've not already done so, please like the video, subscribe. We're really, really close to 1,000 subscribers, and every little bit helps. And with that, let's transition us over to our next game. All right, coming up on screen, we have VDL 127 Bati. Our games are named after rugby teams. And in Austria, familiar to all of us, Michalis is not covering his own game. So he's been teasing us without spoiling anything all night. So we're excited to find out what happens in his game. England, we have Jonas Svensson from Sweden. France, we have Tim B from Europe. Germany, we have 2021-22 season DBNI champion Jason Massbaum. Italy, we have Ben Kelman from Michigan. Russia, we have Egypt's Ahmad Pai. In Turkey, we have Yelty Kuiper from the Netherlands. Really fun mix of veteran and first-time players on this board. Oftentimes, in my experience, this type of board turns into who is able to work with the newer players best, and that's going to be something I'm watching for. Adam, what can you tell us about the players on this board?
Well, once again, we have representation from multiple countries. It looks like maybe 5 or 6 countries here on the board, depending on where Tim B is from in Europe. But this has some players who probably have not played with each other very much. Two players who are new to VDL, and a number of others who probably don't have a whole lot of games together. So we have some regulars, including commentator Michalis Kamaridis, who I'm going to certainly be watching very carefully and trying to give a little bit of shade on. So we'll see how that goes.
We got to do a shout out to Ahmed playing from Egypt. I think our first player from Egypt in the
VDL. Amazing.
Welcome aboard, Ahmed.
Absolutely. Spring 1901, Adam, why don't you lead us off?
Yeah, so we've had a lot of action in the English Channel in these first couple of games, and this time we have our first bounce there, I think. So that's pretty cool. Always interesting to ponder on whether that was something that was known or unknown, or just everybody playing aggressive. Elsewhere, we've got some other interesting stuff. We got the typical bounces in Galicia and the Black Sea, but we've got the walk-in on Venice from Italy, and obviously we've seen a lot of that being arranged, but it's obviously unclear to us here whether that was arranged or not here.
Massbaum, are you really going to get 3 builds as the Germans? The odds are high. The odds are high because
nothing Burgundy.
Yeah, I mean obviously this is an opening for France that I have not seen in years, where you send both the armies west, away from the front completely. So this is going to be an interesting situation for Jason. Can he take advantage of that?
New players, new openings, always fun to see. How does it play in fall of 1901?
Yeah, I mean, the French put both armies into Iberia, while the English go down into the Channel and convoy up to Norway. So potentially, making some aggravated moves on 2 different fronts there. Elsewhere, we have another bounce in Galicia. We have the Russians walking down into the Black Sea while the Turks move their fleet out, but move their army up to Armenia. So that's really quite interesting and something you don't see too often. I guess the other thing I should point out is the Italians foregoing Tunis and moving to Aegean, always a nice aggressive play as part of an AI alliance. But really, I'm kind of interested to see how the RT plays out. Is this actually real fighting? Are they going to get their act together, recognizing that there's an AI, or is there some sort of further all gang up on Turkey type of alliance going on here?
I think he might have just been opening Smyrna up for a fleet build. But Michalis, I think I've heard him say before, he's not a big fan of the, I'm going to give you Trieste thing as Austria, unless Italy says, and I'll continue with the tempo play into the Aegean. So I think that's probably what Michalis said. If I'm going to do this, we're going to do it this way. And by the way, Massbaum does Massbaum 3 builds.
And will we see the 2 fleet build, the 2 fleet Germany, is the question.
And we do.
Yeah.
So, Adam, what happened last time we saw that?
What did happen last time, Brian?
Well, I'm surprised a little by this, because if you're going to do that, you just finished bouncing the Russians in Sweden.
Yeah, so, it's an odd thing to do after bouncing the Russians in Sweden, isn't it?
I think so, because the 3rd fleet is at best defensive vis-a-vis England, at worst offensive vis-a-vis England, and you don't really do that if you've picked a fight with the Russians. We'll see.
Yeah, I predict that it will just support itself to Baltic and Sweden and have flexibility. I don't know whether we'll have something going to Helgoland also, but that will be what I'm watching.
No, not right now you wouldn't, but in the long term, that's a fleet that England doesn't want to see. If you've got an EG, you don't have 3 German fleets.
This is not something that I prefer. First of all, I don't like 3 builds as Germany. Statistically, Germany underperforms when they have 3 builds as the rest of the West overreacts. But even if that were not the case, if I do end up with 3, I prefer the army. I just feel like it's a little more flexible in the early game. But the flip side is it's sometimes really difficult to get those fleet builds. So I can see an argument for it. I just don't love it myself.
I also want to just very quickly throw a little bit of a compliment to Ahmed in Russia. Army Sev, not a fleet. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Spring 1902.
Yeah, so that army in Sev forces its way into Armenia with support of the Black Sea. I can't quite tell what's happening around Romania. It looks like that the Turks were supporting the Austrians there, while the Austrians attacked there, yet cut the support that they got in order to try to take Bulgaria themselves. And I guess they were successful in doing so because Khan went out to the Aegean Sea. So a whole little bit of a merry-go-round around there. But what we can summarize by this is it looks like an AIR against the Turks right now. At least that's ostensibly what it looks like. Meanwhile, the Russians do manage to take Sweden in the north with the help of the English, while the Germans go out to the Baltic Sea and the Helgoland Bight. The English are setting up to make an attack on Mao by trying to get up to the Irish, but they're bounced by the French.
Jason, are you taking on the Russians and the English? I think you are trying to take on the Russians and the English, which is why I guess what you do when you build 2 fleets, but you can't really take them on by yourself. And if they team up with each other, you really can't take them on. Maybe he thought there was an alliance between the English and the Russians. And so this was all defensive on his part.
Maybe. It's an interesting choice by Jason, especially considering how committed the English look to be in terms of attacking the French, which honestly is a strange choice by the English when Germany just put 2 fleets down.
We've got Tim looking like did not accept a support into Picardy, so I don't know if maybe there's some miscommunication between those 2, but that's something I'll be keeping my eye on.
Who was the support for Picardy to? Was it the English or the French?
It was French.
Do you think maybe he thought there was going to be like a self-defense or something? I don't know whether that was some sort of...
Maybe he was just worried about the Germans coming into Burgundy.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so the French are shifting up north again against the English, while the English seem to be pulling the other way to defend against the Germans, which is, certainly makes sense. The English and the Russians are working together, which again makes sense given the German situation. Elsewhere on the board, the Austrians and the Italians are now up in Silesia and Tyrolia, respectively, which again does not spell good news for Jason Mastbaum, who's now has enemy units all over the place. In the eastern side of the board, we have the Russians, the Italians, and the Austrians all continuing to work together against Turkey, and they successfully take Ankara. They make attacks in a lot of different places, but the way they do this is guaranteed to take Ankara, which they successfully do.
Yeah, this is the second game that Yelty Kuiper has played, and he's gotten creamed in both games, which is, again, very painful. But, tomorrow will come.
Winter, we've got Fleet South Coast from Russia. That's a strong statement. Always fun for us to watch. Army Moscow and Vienna. Fleet Naples.
Yeah, you don't see that South Coast build by Russia so often at this stage of the game, but it certainly makes sense from this position. And Ahmed is playing it right if the goal is to play an AIR and with the goal of taking out the Turks and then playing a northern game. And they're doing that really well with an alliance with the English. So they don't actually make any ground here, but they are safe in Sweden. They're supporting the English to Denmark, which doesn't go, but the English get to make their way back into the North Sea while losing Liverpool to the French convoy.
Kudos to Jace Mathball for some really good tactical defensive play here. Bouncing in Prussia, bouncing in Bohemia. He knew exactly what he was doing, bouncing those units to try to give him some breathing room with all those armies coming at him. Very nicely done, actually.
Yep. Yeah, going back to Kiel was a slick move to put himself in a position to at least have some defensive position against Munich, or losing Munich in this case.
And
well, they've got 3 guys now on Munich, and there are only 2 guys that can defend it. See, that's why those bounces were awesome in Prussia and Bohemia.
Assuming Burgundy is on side, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think that they probably are.
Yep.
They're giving every indication of that, and
I certainly would agree.
Oh my gosh! And what do we know? What do we know?
What do we know? So Belgium making the move to Ruhr, which obviously is quite logical to cut off the retreat from Munich that was expected to happen with the expected support for Kiel to Munich, except that didn't happen, and instead Burgundy went to Belgium. So Jason Mastbaum, you have been mass bombed.
The reason we weren't expecting it is because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for Tim to have done this. Who is his ally now? I guess the East is his ally.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have any threat from Italy, right? Italy's clearly not coming his way, moving Tyrrhenian Sea back to Naples for some reason. Nobody's coming against France, so maybe he can get away with this. I don't know. In the East, we see just the continued push against Jason. This is just like almost everybody against Jason, except Austria is fighting the Russians now, which is kind of interesting.
And England has attacked the Russians himself, right?
Oh, they're up in St. Petersburg. Thank you.
Sweden.
Yeah.
Sweden.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how he took Sweden. With support of Denmark, maybe?
I think he walked in, right? Because Norway went to St. Petersburg, Skag went to Sweden went to Norway. It was a whole little...
Sweden retreated to Norway. What happened?
Oh, I see. Retreated because he had support from Denmark. Yeah.
Maybe England just thought he was going down and he's trying to live as a puppet kingdom in Scandinavia or something.
Well, it's not horrible, right? Because he can retake Norway from this position, probably.
Andrew Groff joins the stream just in time to see his favorite play happen again. We know we're all frustrating him. He brought this up during the DBNI quite often. Been saying there was a deal between the 2 of them. I mean, to be honest, I don't hate this for Tim either. I don't normally like a situation where you don't have an ally. I agree, but in this case,
I think the situation is, though, that both England and Germany need an ally too, and maybe they have something to talk to Tim about in this position. I mean, maybe not England, but maybe Mastbaum does, right?
Well, he was certainly hoping he had Tim on side before. I'm not saying that Tim couldn't pull this out or something. He may very well pull this out, for all I know. But it's a pretty risky thing to not have a friend. If you just attack the English and the Germans, your only friend potentially left in the north is Russia, and they're not much of anybody to be friends with right now.
Yeah, you can't be loving to see that new French fleet, Italian fleet in Rome. Italy, unless they're going to fight Austria at this point, they don't have a hell of a lot to do with those fleets other than start coming west.
And if Austria is the target, I don't feel like a fleet would be the most efficient way to go about that.
No, you're probably going to put an army in Rome down if that's the case. Yeah, and here you go.
Here he comes. Yeah. By he, we mean Ben. Here comes Ben.
Yeah, I mean, you've got this is really interesting, actually. This is kind of all against Austria here. At least Russia is now helping the Turks move into Bulgaria, while the Italians follow behind into Khan. This is just a great turn for Ben. Meanwhile, Michalis continues to make their play against Russia. They take Warsaw. They force themselves into Ukraine and Romania. I mean, it's a really nice position. But the question is, where do you go from here? And then I think you pull up a couple of Russian centers, and maybe you have some position to do something. Meanwhile, in the West, there's a whole lot of arrows. It looks like the English are taking Norway back while taking Moscow. The French are taking some more English centers. Um, it's an interesting choice by England to go against Russia rather than defending against France. I don't know whether I agree with that or not, but it is a choice.
I would say all of this is advantage Mikarlis Kamarites, because I know he lost Bulgaria, but they're going to take it back. And Russia's in complete disarray. This is a great turn for him. And if he gets the jump on Ben at the wrong time, if Ben doesn't make enough progress, then this is going to be Mikarlis' game. Before I forget to say this, Ben Kelman is going to be the interview subject or an interview subject in the next episode of Deadline on DBN, which will be released next weekend.
Looking forward to that as always, David. Deadline News, for those that are not aware, monthly news show that David puts together. One of the best ways to keep in the know about what's going on in the diplomacy hobby. Fall of 1904. Adam, take us through it.
Yeah, so France is recognizing that Ben's coming, obviously, bounces the Western Med, sends the armies in the right positions to start getting in a position to defend. But meanwhile, taking their shot at England, they don't get London, but they do get Edinburgh. Let's see what Mastbaum is doing. Mastbaum bounces Holland. They actually going to build. So good job, Jason, for retaking Munich successfully here from Ben. And now Ben is not going to build, whereas Mikarlis is going to build. I think, is it 1 or 2? Looks like 2 from 7 Warsaw. So so Ben is building. Why is he building? He took Khan and lost Munich. So where is his center? Oh, he got Bulgaria to. No, that's Turkish. Why is he getting a build here?
Why is who getting a build?
Why is Ben building? Is he playing short?
Yeah.
Okay. That must be true. He has playing short.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, missed a wave. That was me rushing through the.
No problem. Yeah, so that's good for Ben that he still has one in pocket, because I think that's really going to help him against the risk of Mikarlis doing something rash here. How long he actually holds on to Trieste is probably in question, but at least beyond that, I don't think Mikarlis is likely to do much immediately. But this could be a rough position, because Mikarlis does have to pick a direction in the long run, and he doesn't have many more Russian dots to take.
He's got a direction, and he knows how to pick it. Mikarlis is saying in the chat that he's the one that told Mastbaum to bounce Mikarlis in Bohemia and the other guy in Prussia. So, wow. Yeah. He's a crafty SOB, that Mikarlis Kamarides.
A little bit. So winner of 1904, we'll play Who Do You Like, starting with you, Adam. Who's your pick to win?
Yeah, I know. David's gonna pick Mikarlis, so I have to pick something else. I'm gonna still.
No, you do what you want, man. You do what you want. Don't let people tell you what to do. Stand up for yourself.
I'm going to still give some props out to France. It's hard to bet against France from a position like this. I think especially if Mikarlis does decide to make a move, it's going to free up some flexibility for them. And when there's not a coordinated effort to stop the French early in the game, you can get into these positions where they just really have that nice corner and can move from there.
I don't even think Mikarlis necessarily has to attack Ben in the short term to dominate this game, because the Russians are losing 3 units. There's complete disarray in the east. He can just sort of mop things up. There's an English guy that can't support himself. And that's just a complete chaotic situation that Mikarlis can take advantage of, and then possibly even plow into Germany. So, yes, I am picking Kamarides, and there it is.
It'd be really nice for Austria if they were able to have one more fleet. That Trieste is maintaining balance there, so curious to see whether that changes anytime soon. Winner of 1904, we've got Fleet Brest from France. disband of the army from Russia in St. Pete, Army Kiel for Germany, double armies in Austria, Fleet Naples for Ben in
It's a
Italy.
it's an interesting choice by France. I really might have been thinking Army Paris right there, just because of the situation with Massbaum not being entirely clear, and also Ben's position down in the south, maybe needing another army to kind of make sure I can hold things.
Let's contrast this at the end of 1904 with the last game. This is a bloody mess with units all over the frickin' place. In the last game, it was by 1904 there was a stalemate line battle with everybody involved in it at the stalemate line. This is definitely not that game.
And they are all entertaining. So
Yes.
thank you to our players.
Right. So Ben is continuing to try to push west. He supports himself to Western Med, bounces France out of the Mid-Atlantic. I actually think Tim's move to Portugal here is actually really nice, because Portugal is actually sort of an underrated place to be when you're defending against the Italians, because it becomes basically a uncuttable support from in the current status of things, and really helps you build a little bit of flexibility. So I actually really like that move. Elsewhere, Jason is pushing himself out into Holland. That's obviously not great news for Tim, but it could be worse, certainly. He's just got some diplomatic work to do to convince Jason that it would not be in Jason's interest to help Ben push through. Elsewhere, let's see, in the East, not a whole lot. I mean, McCarless and Ben bounce in Trieste. That's presumably arranged, and McCarless is setting up to take Moscow.
No.
No,
That's not right. Jonas is helping McCarless go to Livonia as an anti-Russian move. See, he's supporting the Austrians to Livonia. This is not dead. It's not about taking Moscow for McCarless Camarides. He just wanted to be in Livonia because it touches St. Pete. That's what I'm thinking. What do you guys think?
It's an interesting idea. I mean, if he thinks he can get into St. Pete before Moscow, sure, why not, right? As Austria, you'd love to take St. Pete. I'm just not convinced that is going to happen right now, and that you're happier to have England in Moscow versus your own unit. But maybe. Yeah, he tries.
They
Doesn't
certainly
work.
try.
Yeah.
His theory about England is he can take that whenever he wants.
You're absolutely right, David. You're absolutely right, and he doesn't need the build right now. He's not getting any other builds, but who cares right
What do you
now?
mean he's not getting any other builds? He's taking Caen
Oh, look at that!
while the Italians take Ankara. So the Russians go down one, and McCarless just happens to be going up one.
Yeah, how about that? How about that? And you got a fleet on the Black Sea. Why not?
And it puts the Italians further away from you.
Yeah, and so in the West, this is just bad news for Tim. This is just a terrible turn. Jason decides, you know what, I'm going to let Ben make his play there. Cuts Burgundy, takes Belgium. So that's down 2 for the French. I guess they do take England. No, they lose Edinburgh, so they're down 2. They lose the Mid-Atlantic. It's a risky play by Jason. I can understand why he would do this to try to make some gains for himself. But on the other hand, letting Ben through into the Med is definitely a risky long-term play for Germany in terms of his ability to actually sustain a large result in this game. I'm also curious about the decision to leave Sweden and go to Denmark. Obviously throwing a bone to England, but do you really need to do that here? I'm not quite sure.
He's just looking for somebody to work with besides just the Italians. Maybe he's trying to work with the Italians, try to convince them to do something about McCarless. McCarless is about to do something about Jason, possibly, if he decides not to do the moves against the Italians.
So I'm about to do something dumb and second guess a DB&I champion, but I don't agree with Jason's decision here. I mean, the way I was reading it, I had France on board. I had play in Scandinavia, and yes, I'd have to worry about about Austria, but it seemed like FG was a stronger position. Probably don't top, but it still seems a little more stable to me than where we are right now. I don't think you top doing this either.
I tend to agree with you, Brian. I think that this encourages the AI to continue, actually, and then you're going to start to see some armies all around Munich if you're Jason, if you do this. And now you also, in addition to that, you have an enemy in France instead of an ally in France. So I tend to agree with you. I would have probably stuck with taking out the English, getting some dots there, and your main ally is dealing with the Italians, so they're not going to be attacking you if they're defending themselves against somebody else. So you don't have to worry about that. This is really putting himself in a precarious position. So I'm in line with you.
How dare either one of you question the mass ball? How dare you?
Well, I know what's going to happen now is it's going to be brilliant, but
you're probably right. I mean, we don't know the diplomatic situation, and Jason does read these positions very, very well. So I suspect there's something to this.
All right. Well, we've got Army Kiel from Jason, Army Venice from Ben. Very reasonable. Did McCullis?
He waved.
Yeah.
Looks like.
I'm not a fan of waving generally. This is a situation I don't hate it.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
You got to go some direction, man. You can use Army Budapest to go either direction.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Budapest, right, then you can go to Bohemia and you can move Budapest to Galicia, right? So, I mean, you can't do that from this position. So what we actually do see now is the English, instead of supporting the Austrians into St. Petersburg, they bounce them out while the Russians move to Norway. Well, that's a nice move for Ahmed because he can hang out in Norway or Sweden or Scandinavia for a little while. So that's pretty cool.
That's not guaranteed. That's not going to help Jonas survive in Moscow, though, to do that.
No, it's not going to help Jonas, but it helps Ahmed survive for a little while. So I think the Russians can probably hold out for a year or two.
I agree, but we're talking about Jonas's move. But anyway.
I don't think it helps. But I mean, Jonas, what's he going to do here? If he puts Mikarlis into St. Petersburg, he loses Moscow. If he doesn't put Mikarlis into St. Petersburg, he loses Moscow. So it's really
he's losing. Yeah, he was always going to lose Moscow at some point. I think the more important thing is Ben is actually making real progress here now against the French, who, of course, have to worry about Jason or deal with
Jason. Totally. And I think that was the issue with Jason's move last turn is now France is going to make a decision. Am I going to defend against the Italians? Or am I going to spend my time defending against the Germans? And now we see the Italians are in Gascony. They're in Spain. They're in the Mid-Atlantic. Great. And then here we are again. It was a great turn for Ben. It's not a total mess for Jason, but he loses Belgium. He loses what he took last turn, and he's still defending himself.
Three-way bounce in St. Pete. You don't see that very often, a three-way bounce in anywhere.
Yeah, and here we have Jason taking Sweden, right, to make up for the loss of Belgium.
But losing Belgium. Yeah. Mikarlis is now going to be, assuming he builds this, he's only got a place to build one.
But Ben is
some tempo. Mikarlis has got some kind of tempo plan here, I'm sure.
But Ben is building 3, David. Ben is building 3. What kind of tempo is that if you're Austria here? And you're talking about he's building 3. He's +2, okay, and you can only build 1.
Well, that's why what I'm saying is I didn't like the wave last turn. That's the thing I didn't like.
Absolutely.
I know that Mikarlis had a tempo plan here, but it's not going to work unless we get some Italian waves.
We might get 1, right? We might get an army fleet, but I mean, I'm not shocked by that.
Austria waves again because he's just an alliance player, that McCall.
Waving and having 2 behind, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a choice to make, right? So it's a choice. I mean, you look at this. We're at 10-11 right here, right? I mean, these are 2 huge powers, right? This is not a small situation here. It's going to get dangerous for both of them very, very quickly. And we're only in 1907. We got 3 or 4 game years that we could play this game for. This could be very dangerous.
So Mikarlis is saying he's got a central triple going. That's fine, man. But who are you attacking?
I mean, you got to make a
St.
choice at this
St.
point,
Pete.
right? You're not going to get St. Petersburg
Well,
by.
he will if he's working with Germany.
You think is Jason going to really cut Norway in this position? That'd be an insane decision.
Maybe. The last game we had perceived tension in the West and ended up with two powers being able to tie for the top. In this game, we've got a clearly dominant AI, beautiful AI, I will add, very well executed. I feel like Germany is a distant third in this. Do we feel like anyone's going to top this? Are we racing? Is Germany going to survive this? What are your predictions for the next phase of the game, Adam?
This is the kind of game that in time unlimited probably has a reasonable chance of going towards somebody making a push for a solo. This is obviously not a time unlimited situation. So, we're more probably, A and I are probably looking at this and how can they jockey to a board top or a very large board top in this case. The reality for Jason in this situation is, sure, he might be getting the pitch like, hey, you cut Norway so I can get up there, or else I'm going to start sending my units against you, says McCarlos. But if you're thinking about this from Jason's perspective, what incentive does McCarlos have not to send his units up against Jason, whether or not he attacks Norway, right? So I would be very cautious in that situation if I were him. I would be trying to set up a line and making sure I can at least hold out with the 6 or 7 dots that I got right now.
Jameson is right in the chat for us. We forgot to say, way to go, Ahmed, for actually building in St. Peter.
Yeah, that's right.
He's making a totally decent point.
He bounced in Russia and he put an army down. That's right.
Yep.
Love it. All right, moving on to spring of 1907. This game is heating up.
He did do it. Yes, Jason, best bomb. He's best bombing the world.
He's not bombing himself. Yeah, and for thanks, he got an Austrian army in Bohemia and supported an Austrian army in Silesia. Like it was going to happen either way. Let's see, where do we got the rest of the world? We've got him supporting the Italians to Gascony for some reason. Sure.
There would be the reason is so there would be 2 Italian armies on Paris. That's
that way he can get kicked out of Paris in the fall. That makes sense. Yeah. I don't know what to say here. It's AI, and a little bit of AI on top of that.
Agreed.
Indeed.
This is the pickle and ketchup alliance, and it is going all over the board, all over the cheeseburger.
I mean, McCarlos and Ben couldn't be further apart from one another, other than that kind of Serbia-Tyrolia thing. And of course, nothing's happening there. I mean, this is just AI rolling the board. I don't know what else to say about this. The question is, will McCarlos continue to wave builds when he has 4 builds? I'm guessing he waves them both because that's just the kind of game he's playing right now.
I just enjoy I enjoy seeing anytime there is a +4.
Especially when you only got 2 home centers, right?
Right, and you may not build either one of them.
I'm guessing he waves them both. That's my bet right here.
Nah, he couldn't. No, he couldn't take a chance. No, he had to start building some freaking units.
And Italy builds 2 armies, which obviously is the right set here. But that's So does McCarlos retake Trieste here, David?
Nah, not this turn.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he might not do it at the end of the game. It's way too early to do that right now.
Why you go to Mount a Gascony? We just screwing around. Are we about to end this game?
Apparently. Well, he's probably cutting off the retreat for the German army that he thinks he
isn't dislodging. That one?
That one.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to put pressure on the French for some reason. Not sure.
They're then set.
I mean, I get it to cut off the retreat. On the other hand, wouldn't you rather be advancing the fleet into Irish Sea or something along those lines?
I mean, Western and North Africa not doing anything.
Yeah, I think McCarlos is pointing out that the Russians now take Sweden. Good job on that. Love it. They can't build, but they do have 2 centers now.
I think I said this earlier. There's nothing better than a puppet who can't build.
And
This
I
looks
mean,
like it's got to be ending, right? We've got a three-way bounce in the Mid-Atlantic. This has got to be ending right about now.
yeah, and
No, with
Ahmed,
McCarless, I don't know if McCarless wants to end this on
With a
second
13-12,
place.
yeah, you would have thought it would end on a even tide board top.
yeah, Ahmed continuing to fight and have fun.
I love it. I love it. You gotta really love it.
Yeah. All right, winner of 1908. We have Noah. Looks like waves all around in the east.
This is gonna gotta end, right?
And we keep on going.
No, he wants to take Berlin first.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna put the Austrians into Berlin so we can end on 13-13.
Wait. Are the Austrians going to take Norway or Sweden? Tell me the answer is yes. Because when's the last time we saw?
I mean, the Austrians could take Norway or Sweden and also take Trieste in theory, and call this a game at 14-11, right? So
I mean, forget about calling the game. The game's going to be over anyway in about three or four turns.
So we gonna actually try to get a board top.
Might have a scramble. Yeah, we might have a scramble here, a scrum, to use the rugby term.
We do actually. Okay, we're gonna go 2-on-2 against Trieste,
That might be arranged.
and we're taking Holland for the Italians. So we're going +1 for the Austrian. Oh, that we said goodbye to Ahmed. We're at 14-14. I guess this has got to end right here.
Ahmed, way to play until the very last.
I love it, man. I love
play like an Egyptian, I guess.
Totally.
That was awesome.
David, your dreams come true. We've got Austrian army in Norway, +4 for Austria, +2 for Italy, 14-14, probably going into the final year.
The issue here is, I think I totally understand the decisions to waive by McCarless, but it really makes it at this point of the game, it's too hard to push the position, right, without having those extra units on the board that you need to follow up behind things if you are going to make a push to get a larger result. So I mean, this is amazing job by both Ben and McCarless. They played an amazing game between the two of them. But I think if McCarless was really going to make the push for it, I think having those extra units on the board would have made a big difference.
Maybe he was never going to make a push for it. I mean, 92 is a pretty good score in the first round of the Virtual Diplomacy League, the first game day of the Virtual Diplomacy League. To put that score in the bank is not bad. Well played by them. Let's go back. I'm going to go back and try to defend Jason Massbaum's play a little bit.
Why
He probably didn't think he had any choice, that he had to take a chance that he could unhinge the AI alliance somehow, because he didn't feel like he had anything to work with otherwise. That probably is what happened.
Well, there was no chance of, there was very little chance of Germany topping had they continued with the FG kind of situation where it was. So I can understand making a move, take your shot, and it didn't pay off, but I mean, at least you tried.
But way to go, Ben and McCarless. That's just well played diplomacy right there. Well played.
Well done. And Tim, I was very impressed with Tim's play, especially in the early game. Tim's a newer player to me, and very clear. Tim knows how to push those pieces. Things didn't break his way, but definitely could have gone differently. Really, really good quality play from Tim, and Ahmed was really fun to see him continue fighting. So fun board from all of these players.
Absolutely.
All right, let's add McCallis back to the stream. McCallis, welcome back.
Hello again.
Norway, Austro-Hungarian protectorate in Norway. I love it.
Yeah.
That was the plan all along.
I'm sure it was.
So now tell us what we missed.
I think not a lot was actually missed there. It was Ben and I got together pretty early on. There was an FG from the start, which is what England made those moves that looked like they were choosing to fight both. They weren't choosing. They knew there was an FG against them. I think Jason's two builds in 1901 backfired massively, because that was why we could just waltz up and take Munich in the mid game. But even when that was happening, I was telling Jason, I don't want an AIR to just force the West to stalemate line. I don't want that to happen in 1905 and the game to end where it did. So I was leaking my moves so he could defend against them so that I could stab Russia. And Andrew Goff had said in the chat, like, this was the France meta. France was doing exactly what was happening in the DBNI, and I'd spotted that. And so for that, I needed a strong Ben. So that was the only counter I could have. So I had to give Ben the space to go west. And at the midpoint of the game, I was ahead of Ben and I didn't want to spook him too much. So I started doing that mess about, I'll wave, I won't take St. Petersburg, or won't take Moscow, I'll try and take St. Petersburg. I won't attack Jason. It was all slowing myself down so that Ben could catch up, so that we could have a comfortable alliance going forwards. And at that point, we got the breakthrough. Jason chose to side with us. He went for the central triple with him being us having a shared top and him being a decent straw behind us. I think it could have worked if he hadn't walked out of Sweden that year. I think he walked out of Sweden one year and it backfired hugely because he never got the Scandinavian position he should have had. And after that, me and Ben, we got together and sort of planned out how to attack Jason and just keep growing and go to the top.
Now, which walk out of Sweden are you talking about? The one where the England kept it, or the one where Russians took it? Because he walked out of Sweden twice.
The one where England kept it that year.
Yes, I know. I'm just pointing out that he walked out of Sweden twice.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, selling Russia that he should just attack Germany at the end and help me into Scandinavia was quite entertaining.
Well, thanks again to our players. And if you're enjoying, please remember to like and subscribe. We are really close to 1,000. Really love to get there, and every little bit helps. Thank you all for watching. Thank you to chat for participating. Really fun to see all of the activity and feedback. Especially love hearing from our players as they can add context to the guide to the games that we are unable to read just from the moves on the board. What do you say we do another one? Let's get to our next game. All right, next up we have VDL 128, all blues, Austria. We have Lexington, Kentucky's Steve Hogue. England, Matthew Krill from Washington. France, John Jameson, the one and only from Vancouver, Canada. Germany, we have Tim Crosby from Florida. Italy, we have a new player to us, Rain Hunter. Welcome, Italy. Russia, we have Jackson Roberts from California. And Turkey, we have Isaac Jukes from York in Great Britain. So good, fun mix of players here. And we are going to say good night to David Hood. David, thank you so much for broadcasting with us tonight. And I'm going to have, let's see, Adam. I'm going to have you talk us through these players.
Yeah, well, we have some pretty experienced folks here, Steve and Matt and John and Tim and Jackson, all, well known to those on the VDL circuit. Rain Hunter and Isaac, newer players, but we saw Isaac earlier, clearly a solid player, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we see out of Rain Hunter here. On a board like this, I'm certainly going to be keeping my eyes on Matt Krill and Tim Crosby. Both really strong players, but also John is always, a good wild card in these games and sometimes has been doing really well. Steve, you never know what you're going to see from him. So could be really interesting.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of playing with John and Matt on a board at Cascadia recently. Really, really fun players, both of them. So if you ever get the opportunity, recommend it. And let's see if our other 5 players agree with that.
Super excited to see what we get from the new players, as well as Jackson, who's been a staple of these events as well.
Yeah, watch
Isaac played really well in the earlier game when he was England in that AG. So see if he can do it again.
Adam, what do we see?
Sure. So for once, we don't see any action in the English Channel. We see this unusual self-bounce in Burgundy from France, which is not a very regular opening, but with John Jameson, you never know what you're going to get, and we get that. It certainly puts him in position to still get 2 builds. The Italians opened up to Tyrolia. We get the usual bounce in Galicia, but we get the Ankara to Armenia with Sev to the Black Sea. So that's going to create a little interesting situation for the Russians and the Turks to talk through come the fall.
Yeah, that Ankara to Armenia, I sort of looked at that, and is that supposed to be an Armenian fist bump that Russia broke the deal on? Because that's surely the only possible reason you have Ank going there. But usually if you're doing the fist bump, it's the army that's bouncing and you're pulling the fleet to the Med. So Ank to Armenia is a really unusual opening. I don't think I've seen that in possibly ever.
I have seen Ank and Sev doing a swap. So Ank takes Sev and Sev takes Ank. I don't love it, but I have seen that before. We'll see whether or not that ends up being the case, but I think that's unlikely.
More common to do the swap, though, would be for Turkey to try to get that fleet out and do it with an army, right?
Yeah.
I think if you're going to do this as Russia and try to slip your way into the Black Sea, maybe what you really want to do is get Austria to agree not to bounce in Galicia so you can move Moscow to Sev and Warsaw to Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing the Sevcon swap and the point is to get an extra fleet into the Med, why have you got your other fleet going in the opposite direction when you can just put that fleet into the Med?
That's totally not what's happening here.
The argument is, hey, that fleet can't go anywhere. So there's some security that you gain because Russia has the risk from moving the fleet out. But I don't know. I don't think it's the most efficient way to do it, but I can see an argument for it.
All right. So in the fall, we get the English convoying down to Belgium, taking Norway. The Russians take Sweden successfully. France does their normal thing and moves out into Burgundy. Interesting moves by the Italian who go Tyrolia to Piedmont and convoy to Tunis. This is really unusual because if you're Italy and you actually want to be making a move against France, you probably want that fleet in Tunis, not the army. So the move to Piedmont might just be a feint in this particular case, but we'll have to wait and see. I just can't explain the Turkish moves here. I just don't know what to say about the withdrawal from Bulgaria into Constantinople and taking Sev. This looks like something that may have been agreed with the Russians, but that's a really, really strange choice.
Yeah, it's really important, I think, for Russia and Turkey to get a fleet onto Bulgaria East Coast early on. It helps them a lot with the breakthrough into Austria later. If not, maybe there was supposed to be a Sevcon swap, and both of them decided to break the deal on it. That's the best
I mean,
I can give.
You think that they were going that the Turks were maybe trying to bounce the Russians from Khan? Is that maybe what it is? And then, wow, that's just bizarre.
Yeah.
It's just bizarre.
In winter of 1900,
I don't think I've ever seen this before. I don't think I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen Turkey not owning Bulgaria, but it's usually because the army advances somewhere, not because Russia takes it this way.
I'm rubbing my hands together if I'm Steve Hogue right now. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm Austria, I'm just salivating.
right? Winter of 1901. All of these adjustments seem pretty reasonable. Adam, anything stand out?
I would just, really point out the English and French choice of where the fleets go, and there's nothing on the English channel. I think that's really, really important. This is, really strong, typical strong play by Matt Krill, really trying to forge a trusting alliance. In this case, with John, and John reciprocating that with the fleet in Marseille. Okay, so indeed we do have what looks very much like a EF with the English convoying into Holland. It looks like the Germans are moving out of there to protect Ruhr. The English drop down into Skagerrak. I mean, this is really very aggressive play by Matt. He clearly feels like he can get away with it, and he does. While John is sending his fleets into the south, potentially against the Italians. The Austrians go to Venice for some reason, while going to Bohemia rather than Tyrolia. I don't really necessarily understand what's going on there, unless the move to Venice was just an arranged bounce. Well, they go. Maybe it was an arranged bounce, given that they go to Aegean and the Italians go to Eastern Med. But this is not great news for the Turks, certainly.
I think as we both looked at the builds and thought that's very EF, the fact that Tim has chosen to go to Baltic Sea and pick a fight with Russia surprises me a lot in this situation. But maybe he saw the Prussia move coming, so maybe he had no choice. But if he had a choice, that's not where you want. You need Russia on your side if you're Germany defending against an EF, and this has gone really, really badly for Tim. Yeah, the Venice, you have to assume that that's an agreed bounce, and because the only alternative explanation is that it was supposed to be an AIR move with Italy going to Tyrolia, but also Steve was trying to snag Venice.
Yeah, it's an odd choice, because you would think that they would want one of those armies to be up in Tyrolia right about now, right? And the fact that there's not enough trust to make that happen. I mean, Tim probably just didn't see this coming, right? Because if he knows that Russia's going to go to Prussia, why not move Berlin to Prussia to stop it, right? I mean, there's no downside to doing that. I completely agree with you, though. I mean, this is just not a good choice. You don't really want to be out in the Baltic Sea rather than Helgoland Bight in this kind of situation where you're actually defending against an EF. All right. So the Germans indeed will lose Denmark because of their decisions here. That is the price that one pays. The Russia continues to advance down. I'm confused by the Turkish decision to go to Syria. I guess I don't know why you go to Syria here. It's not like Turkey has a convoy to set up, so I don't think there's any real need to do that. But it basically allows the Russians to go down to Armenia. The Austrians are kind of shifting their armies into a position where they have more play or can defend against the Russians in case of treachery. They go up to Tyrolia finally. But yeah, I mean, this is really EF's game to feast on.
I think I do understand the move to Syria, because that fleet in Bulgaria is on the east coast. There was a potential convoy of Greece into Syria, which actually would have made quite a lot of sense, because Greece can't be walked into by Russia at any point. So an AIR convoy to Syria actually is a sort of Austrian Lepanto that could have been on there.
Yeah, I guess you can do that. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you take your shot at a dot, given that it's a fall turn, which probably was more likely. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair.
I like Andrew's comment here, a stylistic battle, Krill in England building deep alliance, Hogue in Austria trying to position to take all the centers at once. Really love seeing different styles of play at work, and both of those we've seen have varying levels of success, some even tonight. Michalis, if you had to choose between those two right now, do you have a preference on which one you'd rather play, right, if you had to fill in?
I love England's position right now, because France is in the mid with all of their fleets, and there's only armies anywhere near you. So I love Mackerel's position for sure.
Yeah. Winter of 1902. We've got a Fleet South Coast from Jackson Roberts, who comments that no, I'm sorry, this was Steve saying I was under so little pressure early on, didn't know what to do with myself. Not very common situation for Austria, but Jackson builds Fleet South Coast. We've got continued EF friendly builds from Matt Krill. And moving in,
I worry a little bit if I'm Steve Hogue and I'm looking at this position at the end of, at the beginning of spring 1903, and I'm saying, being in Tyrolia and Bohemia seemed like such a good idea, but I'm not sure that's really where I want to be right now. I'm not sure how much that really helps me. So I'm not sure, but maybe we see a move from Bohemia. Maybe we want to be in Tyrolia to help the Germans defend, but maybe we want to be up in Galicia or something like that pretty quick.
I worry if I'm anyone that's not England in this position, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, if you are John Jameson, would you consider pitching, "Hey, Steve, I'll put you in Munich"? Is that a good idea?
Yeah, why not? What's the downside?
Yeah, you're France. You can afford to do that. I think so. I mean, unless they're going to put you there, but I mean, it's not a terrible thing for you to put the Austrians there. I mean, I think the question is if you're France, what you really want to do is get that third fleet down in the Med, and then be able to be in a position where you can defend yourself from Krill doing something in the north, right? But you really need to get a build this year to enable yourself to do that.
You need Belgium as soon as possible, and
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
that,
maybe what you want to be doing here is supporting the English into Ruhr with the agreement that you're taking Belgium in the fall.
yeah.
Nice, John.
And instead, what we see is Steve Hogue taking Venice, making that move against the Italians, which I'm not sure is the right thing for him to be doing here, given the strength of the English position and the EF in general on this board. But it is a choice, and he does it. And they take Constantinople off of the Turks, but Austria is still going to have to make some choices come the fall.
Welcome to the Virtual Diplomacy League, Rain Hunter.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, I agree with Adam. I don't think this is the right move for Austria to be attacking Italy here. I think that, yes, you can say that the only thing that can possibly stop England at this stage is already France, and maybe you need to help France, but also, if you keep England and France level by helping France, then why is France going to attack England? So instead, you're just doubling your problems.
Yeah. All right. So up in the north, England continues to advance and does not give up Belgium to the French. I don't know why why John is going Paris to Brest rather than Picardy or following into Burgundy, but that's a choice to make, much as covering Marseille to make sure you can't build a fleet this turn is a choice. Good mind control there, Matt Krell. In the east, let's see what's happening. We have Russia supporting Austria into Smyrna. This makes sense. I mean, if you're Russia at this point, you have to throw your lot in with somebody, so it might as well be Austria. I mean, I totally agree with Jackson's decision here. You might as well get Austria big because it's your only chance to hold back the other side of the board, right? You need to get some dots yourself, but you also need to have an ally who's going to be able to put some armies down and hold some things up. So I think that's a really good decision on Jackson's part. I don't know why they're bouncing in Romania or that kind of nonsense, though.
I mean, I agree on all of that, except for the part about putting armies down. I think actually the reason you're helping Austria is so that they can build Fleet Trieste, because that, for once, that's almost entirely necessary here.
You're probably right, McCarles. Yeah.
But I mean, this is now an EF with England is 3 ahead of France and has more armies in Germany than France does. This is so nice.
And you're completely right. With 2 builds here, you actually really want to see a fleet. You're absolutely right.
So do you stab if you are Matt Krill? Do you turn on France, or do you continue trying to press through either the center or top of the board?
Oh, I don't see why you stab John at this point. You can stab him later. I don't see why you stab him here.
Yeah, I mean, John's still messing about in the Med.
Yeah.
You've got the ability to put your armies across the line very early here. If you're looking at a very high score in this game, you're charging across the center of the board as quickly as possible with English armies.
And armies is what we see. We also see the Fleet Trieste. Got some precognition here from our analysts. Very nice. And spring in 1904. What do we do with them?
Right. So we are sending those armies up to start to get the position up north. This is really interesting, actually. Putting the fleet into Livonia Seems like a really weird position for a fleet, but it actually makes a lot of sense here, right? Because you're trying to set yourself up to have enough support to be able to take St. Petersburg here if he went back to Moscow, which it turned out that Jackson didn't do. But that's a nice play here. He supports the French into Munich, which again is the right thing to do. You want to be pushing those French units across the line so they're out of the way. So ultimately, you can make that stab later on in the game. In the East, I does not look like Russia and Austria are quite on the same page here by these moves. You know, what you really want to see is the Russians supporting themselves to Silesia and not going to Galicia and Romania and all that kind of thing here. So it looks like there's not necessarily the level of trust that you are hoping to see.
Yeah, I cannot. I mean, this has to be hostile to Austria, and I cannot fathom why you're hostile to Austria in this position. With the EF as big as it is, and an England that's just put down armies and clearly signalled that they're not attacking France. Those armies are only coming into the continent, into centres that Russia is either owns directly or wants to be competing in. And now you've gone the complete opposite direction, and yeah, Austria's now got a reason to try and cut a deal with France, but for Russia, I don't like this at all.
Yeah, I mean, I like the decision, the previous turn to be for the AR. I'm not happy about this at all. You know, this is kind of Russia going all out right now against the Austrians. They're taking Smyrna, they're taking Serbia, they're taking Budapest. I mean, Matt must have sold a great bargain here with, you know, saying I'll take St. Petersburg with a fleet and all that kind of thing. You know, maybe this is okay for Jackson if England is about to stab France and you can get some, you know, continue to make your push here, but I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Yeah, and I noticed the fact that because Germany got into Burgundy, even though Matt finally left Belgium for France to take, France couldn't take it because he had to defend Paris. So yet again, this is just a lovely turn for Mackerel. Everything is coming up in his favour. He's got more armies into the centre of the board. He can put down even more armies now and keep John on side. Yes, France is building two. One of them has to be in Paris, and the other one almost has to be in Marseille because of that unit that's in Burgundy. So it's still all coming up. John Jameson and Jackson. He stabs Austria for 3 dots, but where's his ally for the rest of this game?
Yeah, I mean, John has got to build Fleet Marseille Army Paris here, right? I mean, almost for sure. So it's not there's nothing going against against Matt.
We're racing here, right? It's Russia versus England.
I don't think it's a race, though. I mean, I think it's like a race where Matt is, you know, spotted like 1,000 meters or something. Like, it's not, you know.
I mean, Macro is lapping the field in this motor race. This is, I mean, at this point, the only thing Macro should be thinking about is a solo, and this is how you can solo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Winter of 1904, we have 2 more army builds.
Oh, Fleet Brest, okay. All right, game on, okay.
Who do you like? We know it's England. I don't see an argument for anyone else really, unless somebody starts throwing. I don't see any outcome. Can either of you convince me otherwise?
No. The fleet Sev I'm sort of pondering on a little bit. I'm not sure that I want a fleet there versus another army, but it's interesting for sure.
I mean, the fleet Sev is, again, it's something he has to build because he's attacked Austria and he needs, now there's no fleets in the Med except the French, so you need some fleets in the Med. But as you say, you don't want to build fleet Sev.
I mean,
you want to be putting an army down to deal with all these English armies.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right that you need it, but you don't want it. I think you're probably right. I mean, what can we say other than here come the English, right? I mean, we're now pushing into Munich, we're pushing into Ruhr, we're convoying another army onto the continent. John is like okay, I guess I got to do something about this. And good for John, right? I mean, John's making the right choice here. The question is anybody on the same page as John? Is Jackson there with him? No, Jackson is not there with him. Jackson is going to go kill Austria for the couple of centers there. Even Steve Hogue is like, I'm going to go to Venice. I'm going to kind of at least position myself to do something against the western side of the board, but Jackson is having none of that. Jackson says, I'm just going to take what's behind me.
In defense of Steve Hogue, I think he's looked at this situation and said, either me or Italy can survive, but both of us won't. There's not going to be a world where both of us survive. So I think he's trying to make sure that Italy is the one that's cut out rather than him. So I do understand him going to Venice.
Oh, I'm totally with you. Actually, I think Steve is making the right moves here. He's trying to put himself in a position where he's useful to holding up the other side of the board. I completely agree. The question is Jackson going to do his part or not, or is this just going to be, Matt Krill marching?
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like Jackson is racing Matt Krill, but as we said, he's so far behind Matt Krill that it's not a race. Like John Jameson is in a position where Matt Krill doesn't have or can't really take anything from him, and Matt Krill can say, "So what? I can take everything elsewhere anyway." You can hold English Channel for the rest of this game as being a French unit, and England can still top this board.
Yeah.
So I want to pause really quick. There's a comment Steve Hogue made. I said, feeling too comfortable with my long-term survival after a great start to the game. That is a situation I find myself in where I feel like I unexpectedly have a better than average early game that I'm not necessarily used to, and I don't know what to do next. McCallus, what advice would you have for someone like myself who finds themselves in that position? How do you improve that aspect of your game?
I mean, complacency is the enemy. Complacency is how you turn a great position into a not great position, and generally the way you learn that is through humblings like this. And this has happened to me before. This has happened to most people before. You've got overconfident, and after a while, you have a great start, and you remember back and go, "Hey, I got overconfident. I'm not going to let that happen." So you always need to be planning where your next path of growth is. It doesn't have to be the exact dots because that rarely goes to plan, but you have to have a path. And in the game prior, my path at that time, if I take that as an example, I was ahead of Ben, who was in Italy, and I deliberately slowed down because my path of growth was always through Germany. But the only way that could happen was if I stayed allied to Italy. So I had to make that happen by slowing down to make Italy catch up. You always have to know where you're going to be growing in the future. If you're on the defense, even then, keep being optimistic. Keep looking for a way to turn a poor situation into a salvageable situation. Try and sell someone on something. There's always something you can do. Maybe not if you're on one dot and surrounded by the same power, but almost always there is something you can sell, and you always have to be thinking either this is my path of growth, or if I need to change things diplomatically, hey, you person over there, this is your path of growth. Go this way. This is how you can sketch out 1, 2, 3, 4 turns ahead. And you can sell someone on a vision, and you need that vision.
Yeah, and sometimes it's out of your control, and I think that's something else that like you can learn from every game. You should learn from every game. And you should always try and reflect and say, hey, what could I have done differently to improve my situation? But there is also an element where you are one of 7 players, and you cannot control. You can influence, but you cannot control. And so also don't beat yourself up, I guess. Learn from it, move on to the next game, and try again.
And also, when things go well, go back and look then. Don't just say, well, things have gone well, I played great. You have to look back and say, even though I played well and the result was good, could I have done it better? Or why did it go well? You can identify things just from the games that you do well in, rather than just only learning from failure. There's always something to learn.
Good point. So, Adam, moving back to fall of 1905.
Yeah, here come the Russians taking out most of the rest of Austria. They get the home centers and continue to advance here. They're using that last Turkish unit as a janissary here. Matt is now setting himself up to deal with the fact that, hey, I've got some French situation here. He loses Belgium, gets into Burgundy, sending some units back to defend against that. Is it too little, too late? Guess we will find out.
I think it's really notable that Matt pulled Belgium here. This is one of those situations. Things were going well, but he saw an opportunity. He's got a problem. France is in Irish Sea. He's got an easy retreat to Holland from Belgium. But oh no, if I pull this unit and rebuild it, all of a sudden that French problem's gone away. So he solved a problem just by losing a centre.
Yep.
Really nice play.
Yep, there comes the fleet in Liverpool. Interesting choice by Jameson to build a fleet in Marseille rather than an army. I think I would have rather 2 armies there. What do you think, Matthias?
I almost look at that and think, is now John trying to cut a deal with England? Because that's the only explanation I can have for building a fleet in Marseille. Yeah. Is that John, oh look, there's a load of units that have been pulled in the Med, I want to go down there. I'm not getting an English dot anymore. Maybe now I settle and try and cut a deal with England. I've got Belgium, maybe he'll let me keep that and swing back east.
Yeah.
We've got another fleet from Jackson in Sev, showing once again one of the challenges of playing Russia as a southern power. Getting those fleets through without an ally can be difficult. Just slow.
Oh, this is so interesting that Matt is continuing, basically positioning to get that army from Finland back out to the continent or back into England rather than trying to push it into Russia, who is the main person he's racing against. So I think that's an interesting tactical choice, and I'm sure he's got a reason for it. But meanwhile, he's pulling out of France, and actually, really, it does look like he's trying to strike a deal with John here. The question then becomes, what is your way to getting to more than 11 centers if that's what you're doing? You're not going to try to take centers from Russia. You're not necessarily right now trying to take centers from France. But Russia is continuing to grow. They've got Ankara they're sitting on. They've got Venice. They've got Greece. How are you going to stay even with them?
Yeah, I mean, Venice being pulled off of the board is... This almost looks like, as you said earlier, everybody wants Jackson to win rather than Matt, because, yeah, that's Venice not being retreated when it could have retreated to Apulia or to Piedmont is very weird.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's
the fact that everybody's supporting Trieste there, right?
Yeah.
There is a lack of armies towards the north side of the board, like the north middle, Prussia, Livonia, Warsaw, Moscow region. But with the buildup of the armies in Holland, Belgium, France, Burgundy, I don't know if England has the ability to move that around. So for me, if Matt's going to be able to pull this off, I would guess it's going to come down to how well he's able to negotiate with John.
Go ahead.
He had all of those armies early on, and we were raving about what a great position they were in, but he didn't press them across the line, which is what we thought they were going to do. He sort of kept them in the centre, squabbled with John over Belgium. They've now spent 2 years fighting over Belgium, and neither of them have gone anywhere in that time, and that's what's allowed Jackson to unlap himself, catch up, and perhaps take the advantage going ahead here. Jackson himself is possibly going to start thinking about a solo here, because he's got Greece and Ankara in the bank. Rome and Naples are very easy to take. If France and England keep fighting, you can't rule out Berlin or Munich. And if Matt pulls too far back, he could even take St. Petersburg back. And he's got 3 fleets for taking Tunis as well. So this is also looking like a potential Russian solo from this position.
Yeah, it's interesting. Matt had the option to get that army into St. Petersburg last turn, which he could have done with support, and instead now he's trying to do it now, and he gets bounced out, and he loses Munich here, right? So not a great turn for Matt. It's not a total disaster, but it's not optimal. And the question is, does Jackson actually even need to grow any more than he already has now that he's at about I'm going to say 13 down, 13-10. Is that sufficient as a result for Jackson that he's going to be happy with that? I mean, it's only 1906. This could go on for a while. So,
I mean, Jackson walks out of Greece to keep the Austrian fleet on the map, so you've got a Janissary
oh right,
situation
okay,
there,
yeah.
which
Sure.
is quite big. John Jameson has to build Fleet Marseille to deal with that. Of course, the danger on that is that if you pull John into a battle in the Med, then that's how John and Matt can make peace with each other. So maybe, even though it looks great, that could backfire. It's the move you make if you're going for a solo, but I don't think it's the move you make if you're going for a board top.
I'm thinking Army Marseille here, actually, not a fleet, but let's see. Yep.
I don't like it.
Well, I think it's right, because I think ultimately you want to convince Krill that, hey, you want me to work with you. I've got to pull one more fleet back to protect the Med. I need that army there to be doing stuff around Piedmont and to be protecting Marseille. If I build a fleet there, then I got to pull it out. Then I got to pull another army down to protect Marseille once he goes to Piedmont.
If I feel like it's sort of on John's foot to choose whether he works with Krill or not, though.
Mhm.
Like, he was the one who was actually getting the upper hand against Matt, and he clearly, as it is, he's chosen, actually, now is the time to make peace. And
Yep.
how much of that was because of that Austrian fleet? I know it's put Russia into Tunis and it's retreated to Western Med and it's
Yeah.
threatening Spain, but that's really bad for John Jameson. So if you're Russia, did you really want to put John Jameson in a position where he's having to make tough decisions like that, instead of just leaving him as much space in the world to fight and pin Matt Krill while you walk into everything in the east? And
But that might have been an argument why he should have, why Jackson could have stayed in Greece and just
exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying.
yeah.
This is a fun one. Yet another game where we're seeing a completely different style of play, different kind of dynamic. Really,
But again, you have them trading up. Now Matt is hit back into Belgium with John walking out of it, and he's pushing John's armies across the line. I mean, you have another situation again where Matt is setting himself up once again to be able to put the hammer down on John later in this game, because you still have plenty of time to do that.
The only thing I can think of, I mean, if you're Matt and Belgium is happening there, you possibly say, is that a plan that they want to piff that Belgian fleet, and that's what John wants, so that Matt doesn't have three fleets to back up behind him when he pulls his fleets down, maybe?
I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if that happens right now. I think Matt is just masterfully playing this. I mean, he's going out to English Channel, fine, but I mean, I think Matt is really masterfully playing this to a position where he's going to be able to drop the hammer down, because he's continuing to advance John out to be the front line for him.
Well, Jackson pulls the trigger on all of his allies this turn. Walks into Greece, takes Ankara, who Isaac sort of sat there for 5 years before he finally died. So that's one way to survive as Turkey, is to pretend you don't exist and hope no one notices you. Worked for him for quite a while. Rome means Italy is out. Austria's down to one center. I guess it would be interesting if Naples is pulled and maybe Austria tries to vassal for the other direction, because John needs extra fleets in the Med whilst not wanting to pull all of his units away from Matt, possibly.
winter of 1907, we've got two armies.
Yeah, you're right. You're right on the Austrian front. Nice choice.
Right, spring of 1908.
Oh, that's interesting. So the French dislodge Lyon, which retreats to Tyrrhenian Sea. So it's actually really unclear what the Austrians are even doing. The Russians don't move to Naples, presumably because they think the Austrians are on their side. Who knows which side? I guess the Austrians are supporting the Russians out to Western Med, which succeeds here. But now it looks like Matt and John are probably working together. Irish Sea moving to Mao. That's got to be an agreed upon move right here.
Well, Matt and John have to work together, or Jackson solos. So
totally. Yeah, 100%.
He's sitting on 17
Yeah.
So this is where it gets
Oh,
really
he's at
fun.
16 already. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that he was already at 16. Yeah, Naples obviously is 17. I didn't realize he was quite that far out.
Yeah, this is where it gets fun as a time game because spring, like in any other, like in an untimed game, there's no way Matt could make a move on John at all.
No.
But now he could set up to where that very last turn he could try and take those dots. Is there any advantage to that? Is
I
there a
don't think you play that way. I think most people won't play that way, even knowing that it's the last turn. I think most people are not going to play that way. I think it's just kind of a um, I don't know what the word for it is, but it feels a little bit bush league, if you know what I mean. Like you're working with somebody to stop a solo, and then the last turn you just drop into a couple of dots just because you can. I think that's probably not something you want to do, particularly in a league game.
oh, and we draw. I was not expecting that.
That's
Uh,
awesome! Wow, I had not really been counting Jackson's side of the board. I had been paying too much attention to Matt, and wow, that is just an amazing job by Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, I get the draw in that once those spring turn moves went through, there wasn't a solo for Jackson anymore unless something utterly mental happened and England and France fought for no reason. You have to assume that he's agreed to not take Naples as part of Steve's Janissary deal, so he didn't want to just go up to 17 and kill him for no reason. Fair enough. And yeah, he really came back from a sort of a point in the game where it looked entirely in Matt's favour, and Jackson really turned it around well. And Matt just couldn't get the relationship with John going enough to let him push across the line, or maybe he should have given John a couple of bones and just pushed across the line, because I don't think John was ever a threat to stopping Matt solo, topping the board, or that John was really a threat to top the board himself. So maybe Matt should have given John a little bit more reason to stay friendly and just dealt with Jackson.
Hey, let's face it. These are three top players who are on their A game, and let's just give it up for them. I mean, this was just awesome.
Yeah,
yeah,
huge score as well.
Jackson, I am reminded of a scene in The Incredibles. At the end of it, there's a track race going on, and all the other kids are out in front, and they tell Dash to hold back a little bit, and then he turns on the jets, uses superpowers to leap ahead and take the lead. That's what we've got here. Jackson, very well done. I did not expect this at all. Putting on the Jets and making a really big move. Really fun game.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what do you say we do one more? And for our final game of the night, VDL 129 Merlins, we've got Yarmir Sulja from Canada, Andrew Goff playing from Melbourne, Australia, Smarty Person in France, new player to us. Smarty Person, if you happen to be in chat, give us a shout out. Let us know where you're from. Germany, Cody Green from Indiana. Italy, we have New York's Johnny Gillum. Russia, we have Matthew Tatanchi from Oregon. And in Turkey, we've got Percy from Hong Kong. So another good international cast. Love seeing that. McCallus, I'm going to put you on play-by-play, and why don't you talk to us about the players in this game?
Well, Andrew Goff and I were commenting on the semi-finals in the DBN and DBNI and the France meta, and Andrew Goff is playing England. I would be very surprised if he allows France to do the France meta from that tournament and from the recent games. Elsewhere, Matthew Tatonchi was, I believe, one of the rookies last season who got quite a few very solid results. Interested to see if he can follow that up. Cody Green was someone who played a lot at the end of the season, who's quite new to the game, I think, but really enthusiastic, which is always nice to see. And Yaromir as well. I recognise him from a lot of the final games of last season. So interested to see how they do as well.
All right. And once again, a reminder, if you are enjoying the stream, please give us a like and subscribe to the channel. Post in the comments, share it. This really helps a lot, helps bring in new players, shares this game with new people, and it's a great fun way to build community. We get some shared experiences that we can all talk about, and appreciate everybody in chat joining in, giving us feedback, and let's move on to the final game of the night. Spring of 1901, McCallus, let's do this.
Disappointingly for the second game tonight, I think no units in the English Channel or no attempt to move there. That's very sad to see. I was getting used to that. Yeah, pretty standard openings from England and from France and from Germany. In France, they've got moved to Picardy, so that could be a sign of early friendship between them and Germany. But it could also just be I don't want to upset anyone early on. That's a opening that's a lot more common in extended deadline with the Paris to Picardy. Elsewhere, again, pretty standard in the East. Percy's opening as Turkey is the old standard. It was the standard for a very long time. When I first started playing, this was what Turkey played almost all the time. And then in recent years, it's very out of fashion. So interesting to see how that goes. It gives you a bit more room for attacking in the Balkans if you get a friendship with one of AI. But if AI are against you from the start, this is a real problem opening. And in autumn, yep, that was indeed FG cooperation over Burgundy, and Germany is building free for the second time tonight. We'll see whether Cody Green does the mass bombing and puts 2 fleets down or not. And the East is all very standard, very friendly. Those 2 Turkish armies don't do anything at all, so not really any committals being made.
Yeah, I think there's not a lot of excitement to be said. I think everybody's kind of playing a little bit of wait and see. Certainly, Germany being willing to take 3 builds is always interesting. Um, in Germany, in this position, always has that decision with Ruhr whether to cover Munich or whether to go up to Belgium. They decide to go up to. They decide to do that in this position. I'm kind of surprised that. That Johnny in Italy didn't just take a pot shot on Munich, because there's very little to lose by doing that. You get a second build, and you can always negotiate your way through it. But obviously, it does have ripple effects. So he decided not to and sit and help in Tyrolean and see how that works out.
Yeah, I have to say, I hate that sniping of Munich when I'm Italy. I just don't think that weakening Germany and potentially allowing France to get really big ever tends to pay off for me. But some people are much more of a fan of taking Munich as Italy.
Yeah, McCallus on that. I understand it, but it's not my preferred option either. Winter of 1901, we've got 3 builds from Germany. Question is, double fleets? No, we've got the more traditional 2 armies. Belgium, Berlin is a little bit unique. What stands out to you, McCallus?
I mean, it's the Fleet Berlin, because they had a spring 1901 or a fall 1901 that looked strongly France-Germany, and instead Germany has put the fleet in Berlin, which suggests they're attacking Russia, which suggests it's an EG, which suggests that okay, they've got Belgium, but they're not really going anywhere fast. But maybe Cody wants to pace himself. Maybe he does. He said that he's a free build Germany, and actually now is the time to slow down, and that's something that's important to avoid painting a target on yourself early on. So maybe that's why he's stabbed. It's Andrew Goff. He'll take advantage.
But Fleet Berlin happens to only be the second most shocking build on this spring 1901 turn. The most being the army in Smyrna by Turkey.
I actually don't hate that at all. When you've got the fleet in Ankara, you're clearly not fighting in the Med, and by putting that army down, you can sell yourself on an IT or even an AIT, and that appears to be what Turkey's done. They've made a diplomatic push. They've never been friendly to Russia. They've not tried to pull the fleet out. Why put one fleet in the Med and lure AI against you if you can diplomatically work something else by putting an army down?
Well, it certainly worked in spring 02.
And some interesting lines all the way across the map, but otherwise a pretty standard year. EG they've got into Picardy, so that's quite good from an EG perspective. Germany is still nicely ahead. It's quite unusual to see an EG that doesn't do anything about Sweden. That's notable, especially as that's usually England's fifth centre. Again, it's Andrew Goff, and I'm sure he's got very good reason for why he's not gone after Sweden, as in decide instead to walk the complete opposite direction to go after France. But it's quite unusual to see Germany this far ahead in EG, despite only having taken Belgium, essentially. In the East, it looks like an AT. Italy is clearly friendly towards Turkey and probably towards Austria. So they've decided to go west. With the situation that they're not fighting anyone in the East, I don't think that's a unit that's going there to help people. I think that's a unit that is there to snipe stuff for yourself.
Yeah, so I think what's interesting is the amount of trust that Andrew is putting in the Russians right here, and it clearly paid off for him. Lets him go pull that fleet from Norwegian out to North Atlantic, but definitely a risky move here.
Yeah, I think when Andrew's obviously looked at the East and said, all right, there's a strong AT that's fighting Russia, so I don't want to weaken Russia and help them. He's looking at the whole board perspective, and that's something that the very best players, like a three-time world champion, can do. And so yeah, I think that this is actually very sensible from him, and if he can keep Russia friendly and make sure Russia doesn't snipe Norway, all power to him. This could really help him.
Yep.
There's a alliance that I've done a couple of times. I don't know that I've ever executed it well, but I've attempted top of the world alliance, and that is kind of what we've got the potential set up for here with Russia, Germany, and England working together. Michalis, do you see that as a potential here, or am I just hoping for something different?
I mean, it's sort of what's happening by default. There's not a lot of actual cooperation going on between them. It's more like an EG that's just leaving Russia to itself, because until Germany gets at least one more dot, or if that Berlin, heaven forbid, that Berlin fleet had been an army, you can't justify that. But also, if that's the alliance, it would actually be really helpful right now, because you'd sort of want Germany helping Russia against Austria for that to be a proper three-way triple between them, and there's no room to do that for the moment. If Italy starts sniping French dots and France implodes, there's room to actually start doing something like that, and Germany can then start looking southward.
I'm not sure it's Germany, though, that you really want to be starting to look for Austrian dots. I mean, maybe you want to get a unit down there so there's no Austrian units or Russian units going against you. But I don't know that you want to be starting to make major commitments and taking centers down there quite yet. But,
no, I agree. But I think if that's what an EGR was going to do, Germany is the one who has to start moving to save Russia, because Russia is, over time, going to lose this war.
Yep.
And yeah, we see again, Turkey gets into Sevastopol because that was guaranteed. Russia now has the defensive line of Warsaw and Moscow support hold Ukraine, which means Austria and Turkey cannot make further progress without going to Silesia. And now that Germany's in Burgundy, they have a unit that can bounce Silesia. So the AT can be completely pinned in here.
Sure.
For Italy, it looks like they're sort of there to help France, but I mean, the support to Marseille is just a bit of a weird one, because it looks like France didn't want to be in Marseille. Maybe they were just making sure France couldn't rebuild it as a fleet or anything completely crazy. But yeah, I don't really understand what Johnny's doing right now. He seems to be helping France stay alive whilst letting AT grow, which is not a great position for Italy, because sooner or later, if AT get fed up of not being able to break through in Russia, they may well just come and go, all right, let's go and take out Italy, because he's not doing anything for us anyway.
Yeah, the Piedmont move is puzzling. It looks like an unwanted support, like he was suspecting the self-bounce in Marseille and supported one of them in. But if you're doing that, if you're actually helping France, why would you actually actually want to do that. I mean, in this case, it works out okay because it results in saving the French unit rather than it being a disband. But I don't think that was the goal of the order, which is just puzzling because I don't know exactly what he's trying to accomplish here.
Yeah. Well, he's decided that he's going to take Trieste. Whether this is an attack on Austria or not, it's hard to say, because Austria has obviously also stabbed the AT, so this could be arranged. This could be Austria saying, all right, I'm going up one, you can take Trieste, and that's why he's moving to Eastern Med, because the move to Eastern Med makes no sense unless he's on board with Austria. But also, even if you're on board with Austria, why is it an Eastern Med and not a GNC? So that's just a strange position anyway, because there's not really any more Italian fleets that can follow up that way. I guess he can put one down in Naples now, but it's slow. For Austria, I think this is the right move because, as I said, the Warsaw and Moscow support holding Ukraine is a really, really solid defensive line. And if you can't guarantee a way into Silesia, you need to change up in one direction or another. And this looks like quite a good situation. And now Turkey is going to be slightly suffering for no Mediterranean fleets, even if they put one down from here. Actually, defensively, I almost think you don't put a fleet down here.
Yeah, I mean, this looks completely like AI collaboration, and then an agreed upon, taking the dot in Bulgaria and giving it to Italy to build another fleet. I think Eastern Med actually probably does make sense because I think the point is that you're forcing Bulgaria in the spring, and then in the fall, and then next spring Greece can go to Aegean, which if the Italian goes into Aegean, you can't really do it that way. So I think that's probably what's happening here. Elsewhere on the board, I mean, this is a great turn for Andrew Goff, who takes Portugal. They've got a fleet down there in position to retake the Mid-Atlantic next turn without France really making, being in a position to do very much here. So I think Andrew has probably the catbird seat up in the north.
I agree, but also it's notable and that Picardy got piffed, which is really nice. We were saying earlier that piffing units is really, really
it's a
good
move.
tactically.
It's a good move for France, yeah.
So, and given that France was guaranteed to lose Portugal once England was in Mao, I think this turn went as good as it could possibly have gone for France as well.
Yeah, good set of orders from Smarty Person. And we've got that German English meta coming up that McCallus predicted at the top of the show. Maybe a little bit of self-fulfilling prophecy considering Andrew Goff in England, but still we'll give credit where credit is due. 1903, double fleets from Andrew Goff, and we've got an army in Smyrna and a fleet in Naples. Adam, I'll go to you for this one. Any adjustments stand out?
Well, I mean, the army in Smyrna is clearly Turkey sending a message to saying, look, Italy, like, what more do you possibly want from me? I'm with you. I'm not doing anything. Like, get out of there, we're trying to do something here. Like, let's just do it. So, I mean, from a diplomatic standpoint, it makes a whole lot of sense. From a practical standpoint, it may not be the right build, but I think I completely appreciate it. And I think it puts you in the best position to be negotiating come spring 1904. So I like it.
Yeah, I mean, the most notable thing is, to me, is double fleets from Andrew Goff. He's now an armyless England in 1903, which you don't see very often. And it sort of reassures Germany to a degree, but also Germany will start wondering where those fleets are going, because England's already in Portugal. Yes, he's going to take Irish Sea rather than Mid-Atlantic, or is he? Who knows? Maybe he's just going to push straight into Mao. Sweden's got to be a bit of a concern, because obviously Germany is lined up to take it. One of those fleets can go up and cover Norway, I guess. All right, Andrew is pushing forwards. He's decided that actually that French fleet in the Irish Sea isn't something he cares about in the slightest. So he pushes forward into Mao, which means he's got a pretty solid chance of getting Spain, especially now that Italy and France seem to actually be fighting, because France is trying to move to Piedmont. can't say I overly understand that move unless he sniffed out that Italy was going to attack him, in which case, again, really, really good play by Smarty Person to see that coming. This is really nice defensive moves again. Yes, Germany is still in Burgundy, but so what? You can cover it again with the army that's in Brest. So all the right guesses being made by France, and you're into the English Channel and slowing the English down up there. That's really nice for them. The moves that I'm most confused about are what on earth those German fleets are doing in Skagerrak and Denmark.
Yeah, I'm equally confused. I mean, I think it's really cool that Andrew Goff has 3 fleets on the North Sea and none of them move there. I think that's awesome, and I think that's a great statement for how he reads the board and was correct in that no one else was going to move there. But I agree. I mean, if you're looking to take Sweden out, why do you not take Sweden out and not give it a retreat to the Baltic Sea? And if you're looking to do something else, I mean, what are you going to do from Skagerrak and Denmark? I just don't know.
Yeah, and obviously Andrew didn't move up to Norwegian Sea, so dislodging Sweden would have taken Norway, and maybe that was part of the plan. Maybe, I mean, this is almost lining up like a plan where Andrew is saying, hey, Germany, next year take Sweden and Norway. You can have all of Scandinavia. I'm just going to keep growing straight through Iberia. I couldn't care less about France. I'm just going into the Med as fast as possible, which you don't see that very often and could work out quite nicely. Elsewhere, RT, they took Rum, and it's looking actually quite decent for Turkey despite their situation.
Yeah. Yeah, and indeed, you're right. I mean, the Germans take Sweden, Sweden retreats to Norway, and France goes to the North Sea. I mean,
yeah, that one I think is a bit more of a problem because France actually in the North Sea is a situation that starts to become really problematic for Andrew. Again, this is smart.
He's building, though. I mean, it's not that bad.
Yeah, he's taken Spain and Germany. It's really nice that they've managed to get Italian support into Marseille, because Italy originally went west to help France, and then they went west to get something for themselves. And in the end, all that Italy going west has achieved as helping out the people he apparently went there to stop in the first place. So that sort of half-assed Italian moves where they sort of went to help France but didn't do it particularly convincingly, it's really not worked out for Johnny Gillam here. Yes, he's now got the 1904 Lepanto convoy to Syria. Great. Not ideal at the time when England is breaking forward into the Med in huge numbers, though, because this is a little bit too late.
It could be that his fleets are needed somewhere else.
England, but if his fleets is going somewhere else, Turkey's still not falling.
It could be that he wishes he had his fleets a little another different position.
So England does not build because of the loss of Norway.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
It is a little bit more of a vulnerable position. And we got +2 for Cody Green. So, Adam, I'll go to you for this one. Is this Germany's time to flip?
I don't think so. I mean, again, I think Germany's got plenty of growth room, and with England potentially having problems of their own. I mean, I would want to see from Germany's perspective, what France is actually going to pull here. But I'm probably building one army and either waving or just putting down 2 armies here. I don't think I'm going to put another fleet down.
Yeah, I think I wave one of these as Germany.
Yeah, I think Army Berlin and wave maybe the other one, just to kind of wait and see what happens.
I think now that you've picked a fight with Russia over Sweden, you may as well go Prussia and start going all out against Russia. Take the dots in the east while you can, because England is so on the back foot in this sort of fight with France that you not having any units nearby to help England is just good for you anyway. So it also looks like England is going to keep pushing into the Med. Yeah. I think Germany doesn't have any reason to pick a fight with England at this stage when, Warsaw, Vienna, Paris, all of these dots are places they should start eyeing up now.
The only reason I might not waive and might build two armies is if I think that there's a chance France might pull both of their armies because they're really annoyed at England. In which case, I want to have two armies down so I can really take advantage of that. So I might still put down two armies just if I think that's a reasonable possibility.
Yeah, that's my take. I don't like waving for almost
Yeah.
every.
Yeah, so I might put down two armies just because that's a possibility, and I really want to be positioned to take advantage if they do that.
If I'm playing the game like I'm playing it earlier, I might wave both just to screw with people's heads.
All right, McCallus, who do you like?
Germany's position is great. It's very hard to argue against that right now with England having the problems with France. Other than that, Austria, possibly.
Adam?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a bunch of interesting positions here. I would probably go with either Germany or England here.
I'm going to throw a dark horse pick of Russia. So I think it's a very dark horse pick, but the diplomatic situation works out between Russia and England. I could see some fun happening there. So we'll see. Right, we've got army build in Moscow, double armies from Germany, and we've got Irish and Gascony as the disbands from France. Pushing forward, spring 1905, McCallus, hand it off to you.
So Austria has decided that now is the time to go to the lines. They move up to Silesia with Russian support. They move to Bohemia. They move to Trieste, which is one way of getting to the line as quickly as possible, but also isn't theirs at the moment. So that's a nice way to get to the line. Love that for Austria. Again, this problem with the AI and their squabbling over over Turkey and how long they took to get the fleets in the right positions, and Turkey having all the armies. Hey, Italy takes Smyrna and Turkey just walks straight into Khan in place of it. Russia has moved to Sev, so it does look like AI are on board now to work together, though. So maybe that will spell the end of Turkey's pretty good resistance, given the tough position they've been in. Other than that, Androgov is pulling a lot of units backwards. North Sea is holding just to really make Androgov annoyed at pulling all his units backwards. Yeah, I don't like this for Germany, obviously, because now Androgov has pulled all his units back towards you, and Austria has pulled all his armies in towards you. So this is a tough turn for Cody, and this is why I wasn't 100% sold on his position.
Wow, it's a whole lot of nothing in the fall, other than Cody losing Holland because, well, he's got nothing touching Holland. So why wouldn't France go there?
Yeah, France is building because England and Germany bounced each other in Brest. So the person to be built this year, I was not expecting to be France. So yeah, smarty person living up to the name yet again. How that's happened, I don't know, but brilliant for them. Austria stays in Trieste, probably because they lost Khan, so they actually stayed even. And the net result in the east is that Russia is up 1 and Italy is up 1, both at the expense of Turkey.
Yeah, I gotta wonder why Johnny is staying in Ionia, just to equivocate and leave himself options. But you gotta wonder if he would be better off committing to something with that unit.
Yeah, and you look at the fact that he's not. Yeah, I forgot he's not building because he obviously lost Trieste, and now that he's pulled out of Tyrolia, he's given Austria. If Austria cuts a deal with Germany at any point, Austria can just seize Venice, and at the moment could take Venice and Rome in 1 year. This is now Austria's got a really nice stab on Italy, so this could be problematic again for Johnny. And all of this, he sort of tried to put 2 units on France, 2 units on Turkey, and in both cases that wasn't enough to achieve anything. So he's got to the end of 1905 now on 5 centres when he could have been on many more if he just committed hard in either direction.
Of course, the consequences of Austria stabbing Italy at this stage are pretty severe in terms of what happens with England.
Maybe, but if you got Russia on board to deal with England, who knows?
All right, so we've got army in Brest, army in St. Pete, and disbands in Black Sea and in Prussia. Michaelis, what's the storyline for these adjustments?
Russia putting the army in St. Petersburg is obviously not at all hostile towards England. So if
Yeah.
Austria was planning to stab Italy and have Russia fight England in the north, that ain't happening.
And Army Brest, no fleet, which is also. I mean, I think it's probably right, but yeah. So they lose Brest. Why don't they also lose Paris? What is Burgundy actually doing? Supporting
Support Munich.
Supporting Munich. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like. I mean, Russia, after putting down that many armies, this was kind of the only direction Russia could have been going. So this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And Austria obviously sniffed that out and went, hey, you've got 20 million armies on this board, and the only place to send them is my dots. So I need to go and defend from them. They've made the right call. They made the right guess on Serbia, which is actually gigantic for them because it means that they've got quite possibly they don't lose any dots this year and could even go up one if they keep Con, which they should keep, yeah. Unless Italy stabs them. Austria's got a pretty good chance of being stabbed by Russia and gaining a build from it. So you don't get that very often. So that Austrian move to the correct guess on Serbia was gigantic for them. And there's a 50-50 on good also this turn.
Think about that as a 50-50. If they walk into Serbia and Russia walks into Budapest, I mean, they lose a center. They lose a home center there. I mean, that is so huge for a coin flip guess.
Well, and even more than that, they could have lost a second center from that because then Austria had trouble covering Vienna, Trieste, Serbia. Yeah, the Russian stab, if they actually get forwards this turn from Rum, is devastating. Whereas now it's really difficult for Russia to actually advance, and they don't guess correctly. Russia's now stalemated, and the person who's happiest about this is Andrew Goff. France loses 2 home centers and survives on 2.
Yeah, and France is not quite done, but just about.
I mean, they're still on 2 dots because they've taken Belgium and kept Holland. And at this point,
they kept Holland. That's right. Okay. Yeah.
What did North Sea do?
Picardy went to Paris, not to Belgium. Yeah.
I'm scenting that Andrew Goff deliberately made it so France kept Belgium and Holland here because the logical thing to do was North Sea support Helderland to Holland. That's a move that's happening regardless. So if I'm Germany, I'm a bit distrustful of that.
Yeah.
Of course. I hate it when my allies all misorder and I'm the beneficiary. It's terrible. Italy finally goes up 2 and gets Turkey out of the game, or goes up 1, but at least they've got a front cleared.
Well, Percy, thank you for playing some really good defense by Turkey there to hang in this tough situation. Really good grasp of tactics. Hope to see you play again. And we've got Jaromir going up +1 in Austria and Andrew going up 1 in England. And we got one more from Johnny Gillum.
Yeah, I think I look at this position now, and if Italy and Austria stay together, Russia's stab on Austria has not only not worked, but it could be very rapidly reversed because Con walks into Black Sea, Ankara walks into Armenia. Russia's in all sorts of problems from here. And yeah, this will be up to Johnny whether he stabs Austria and doesn't let that happen. But if that case, you're inviting all of those Russian armies that are sat there to charge into the Balkans. And if you're Italy, you're probably not getting armies into the Balkans quickly enough to counter that. So I think you do stick with the AI. Maybe you can get Sev out of it. Maybe you can send fleets west.
You called that beautifully, Marcalis. I completely agreed, and you're exactly correct in terms of what happens right there in the east.
Yeah. And yeah, Austria moves to Black Sea. The army goes up to Armenia. Bit confused about what Johnny is actually doing because he hasn't sent his fleets west. He's again sort of, I don't know what mind magic Andrew Goff has had over Johnny Dillon in this game, but Johnny has managed to do sort of nothing with so many units in the West for so long. And again, the only beneficiary is Andrew Goff, who now walks into the Gulf of Leon. And if you're Germany, you're not happy about that because now Andrew Goff has 2 units on Marseille. So even though he supported Germany back into Holland, again, how much trust is there? Or is it, I'm helping my ally, but I'm also in a position to stab them better later? At least Gascony has been pulled off the board. That's actually really good news for Germany because now there's no army threat to Paris because Andrew Goff is playing at armyless England. So that disband's actually really huge for him, and that is probably the best outcome he could have got. And if he can keep Andrew on side for one more turn, he can take Belgium back.
Johnny, you're working with the Austrians and you're sitting with an army in Venice. Why is that army in Venice? Why is it not in Tyrol or Piedmont or somewhere where it's doing something useful?
What are those fleets doing in Tyrrhenian Sea and Ionian self-bouncing in Tunis? What, you can't honestly think that Austria's fleet in Com was going to come out into the mid and threaten you. So if you're working with Austria, you're working with Austria and going west.
Just do it, man. Got to put your trust somewhere.
Does Yaramir need to protect Greece?
No, because
I hope not. I mean, I don't think that would be a good play on Johnny's part, but.
And also, if Johnny's doing that, you're probably not stopping it anyway. It's not worth bothering, I think. Finally, Johnny moves his fleets west, just in time to deal with the brilliant position that Andrew Goff has got because Johnny didn't move west any sooner. So, yeah, interesting that actually the fleet in Lyon was. Should have seen this coming, I guess. This is an Andrew Goff move. He was looking straight for the convoy to Tuscany, and that's a really nice move. Italy did sniff that one out correctly, so well done on that front. Meanwhile, Russia's stab on Austria has, as I said before, gone horrendously wrong, and now this is looking really nice for Austria, except that German army has got into Tyrolia because neither AI ever put an army there. And as you said last turn, someone needed to be there, and Germany has made a single unsupported walk into Tyrolia that causes all sorts of problems.
It's brutal. But at least there's some builds coming for both of them, so that helps a great deal.
It does, but also the fact that Italy's built Fleet Rome and Germany has the ability to start putting a few armies around there, you almost need an army in Tuscany, but it obviously can't be an Italian army in Tuscany because then what's covering Venice? So I guess the fleet is going to be the defense.
You got to pull the fleet up there. But I think at this point, if you're Austria, you're going to Russia with the tail between your legs and saying, "Hey, look, we can't fight. We gotta at least try to figure out if we can push this stuff back because I mean, you are just not in the right position to be able to do all of that."
What's Russia going to do to help them? I think actually they just keep attacking Russia because they have the positional advantage on him.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what they're doing. But I think you do that and you're allowing Germany free gains into nomads land in Silesia, Bohemia and such. And that's about what we're about to see right here.
Or, as AI, you could do the logical thing of dislodging Germany from Tyrolia without covering Venice so that they could have a guaranteed move into Venice. Which why not do that? Oh dear. That's awful. That you're never getting rid of that.
It's not good. It's not good.
Even if you push it back out again and it retreats to Apulia, you can't have your fleet screw with that. If the fleets
not good.
Yeah, if the fleets have to start defending Apulia and that, then Tunis is lost and the whole line is broken there. And if Italy starts going down dots, and if heaven forbid Tunis is disbanded when England takes it, oh, that's awful. This is at least Italy's getting Sev, I guess.
So all of that was set up because we didn't see either A or I having a unit in Tyrolia earlier.
Well, this was my point about why you go to Russia and say like, hey, we need to like back the hell off for a turn or two or three and like actually stop this EG advance, right? I mean, you just don't have the units to cover everything otherwise, right? I mean, if you're going to be pushing up into Warsaw and all this other stuff. Like you can't also cover the things you need to cover around Austria and Italy, and that's what happens here.
Oh, what are we doing?
We're putting
Venice
Austria into
taken by
Venice.
Austria. They've pulled the fleets out of Tunis without covering Apulia, so Apulia's still there and still a problem for another turn. You had Rome there that could have supported Tunis to Tyrrhenian Sea, while Ionian blocks Apulia, and that German army is no longer a problem. It's not great that Austria is in Venice rather than Italy, but it's better than this. This is, they're trying to form the stalemate line in the east, and they're close to having it, but that army behind it is a problem, and dealing with that army that's behind it is going to create more problems. And yeah, Andrew Goff takes Tunis, he'll be delighted. Andrew Goff has a realistic chance of getting a lot further than Tunis, I think. Although it's 1908, so maybe time will save the AI. That's the only thing they have in their favor at this stage.
So I'm going to pause for a moment and take a couple of comments here. We've got Steve Hogue. I don't know if this is true or not about a lack of time, but I do want to call out that it can be really stressful at this point in the game when you've got these time limits. You've got an overwhelming number of decisions to make, and balancing all of the pressure of writing tactics and doing all of your negotiations. It's hard. And I think that we should always put ourselves in the shoes of the players in that situation. This is not easy. And that pressure, though, is why virtual face-to-face is so much fun, for me at least. Forces quick decisions and choosing how you invest that precious resource of time. Do I spend it on tactics, or who do I talk to? So just want to call out and recognize that this is a tough spot in this phase of the game. And then the other thing is we've got Jack the Ripper between DB&I, French Revolution. I think EG meta is forming. France is a new Turkey. If that does end up happening, I will be dancing on the rooftops. I have not ever seen in any point in diplomacy history France treated the same way that we treat Turkey. I think that would be tremendous for this game. So I don't think it will happen, but I am going to be rooting for it like crazy.
I mean, it has sort of happened tonight. There's been a lot of England's into the channel. There's been a lot of anti-French play. It's really nice to see there's been a backlash to how well France did last month, and well done to all the players and well done to all the viewers who saw that last month and went, we can't let this happen. We've learned we can't let this keep happening. And yeah, it's happened again today where France has been taken out of the game because EG have gone, we're not letting France do what France wants to do. Well done. This is what people should be thinking all the time.
Yeah, thank you to our players for showing us that it can be done. Winter of 1908, Andrew builds a fleet, of course, and we've got an army in Trieste to replace the army that was not done from Johnny. Moving on. Oh, we end here at this point. So Jaromir tops this board with a 9-center Austria over an 8-center England and 8-center Germany, who are across the line. Adam, what do you feel like? Is this the right result for this game?
I can only imagine that this is a time issue, right? I mean, there might be enough time to play another year or two, but it does take some time for England or Germany to get much more out of this board. I think they are across the line. I think you're right. I think they can push on this board, but it just takes a lot of time, and they may have just decided that, hey, we don't have the time to actually achieve what we need to do. So let's go have a beer and end this.
Brian, do we know if this game actually timed out? If the game had gone so slowly that 1908 was the final year they could have played? Because that's the only thing I'm looking at this.
Well, it also could be though that they only have time to play another 1 to 2 years, and I'm even if they have time for another year or two, what can Germany or England really get in another year or so. I don't think they can really do that much, right? I mean, it takes a while before those Italian centers become accessible to them, or the Russian centers become accessible.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, well, if yeah, see, Andrew saying they could have only played till the end of 1909. Like you say, nobody could have actually done anything about Austria topping. But then, if we look at it from that perspective, we have to give a lot more credit to Yaromir's defense, because he obviously would have seen the time situation, and he's played it in a way that, hey, I don't care if Italy's dropping down a few dots. Oh, I've got to be the one to take Venice to make this stalemate position.
Totally.
Brilliant. Yeah, Yaromir has, because of this time situation, this is actually masterful by Yaromir, because he's clearly timed this to perfection to be at the top of the game exactly when he needs to be. Yeah. This was the only time in the entire game he was the lone top on the board, and it was because he was the one who had to take Venice. So huge. Well done, Yaromir. Absolutely brilliantly played. Really well done as well by Cody and Andrew.
Shades of Brandon Fogel's play in the DBNI top board, just having to right exact timing is so critical in these time limited games. Very, very well done, Jaromir. I will be honest, I did not see that board top coming. You pulled it out in a very impressive way. Man, if this is the kind of games that we are going to have this season, we are in for a treat. I loved every single one of those games. Everyone was unique. We saw so much diversity in play. We had players from all across the world. We had players joining us from the extended deadline communities, gunboat communities who have not participated before, each bringing their own experiences into the game, adding to the diversity that we saw tonight. It's just a really, really good time. Adam, what was your takeaway from the night?
I think in the games that I've seen, we've had a lot of differences in terms of different theaters resolving themselves and what's happening on the other side of the board. And I think that if there's a message that's come across is, the theater that resolves itself first while the other side is still a mess, that's the side that's going to have the advantage here. So if you're on the side that isn't resolving it yourself, you got to figure stuff out, and you got to figure out how to, move forward. Because we've seen a lot of problems when that hasn't worked itself out. We've seen some pretty big results from powers who have been able to kind of move things along on their side of the board more quickly.
I think for me, obviously, the anti-French meta that we saw tonight, I'm hoping to see that carried forward. It's really nice to see people responding to how well France have been doing, and hey, it's worked out pretty well for England and Germany in a lot of these games. And Germany had a really poor season last year, and hopefully this is going to sort of transform their results and get them back to where they should be, because Germany is a great country and a lot of fun. And it's the only time it's not a lot of fun is if every game is an EF and France tops the board. That's not fun to be Germany then. So good to see something different happening there. And I think also Jackson Roberts has laid down a marker that high score may not be beaten for the rest of the season. We may have already seen the highest score of the lead season for VDL with that 16 center board top.
Well, gauntlet has been thrown down. We've got a year to see if anyone can challenge that. Man, I am stoked. Cannot wait to watch the rest of these games. Want to thank all of the players for playing, everybody in chat for joining, and all of the viewers watching, those that couldn't catch it live, for watching after the fact. McCallus, Adam, thank you so much for joining us on air. Great broadcast tonight. I learn from both of you every time you're on air. And David, shout out as well. Got a great crew behind the scenes. We had a bunch of people at a busy week at work. A bunch of people helped prep this show in my absence to help get this ready. So thanks again to the DBN crew. I love doing this, love hanging out with all of you. Hope everybody has a great night, and we'll see you all soon.